you how delighted I am to welcome all of you to our Michigan Septic Summit. This is unbelievable turnout and engagement. We have over 140 people here today. It's sold out. We had to turn people away, which did not make folks happy, and but we were trying to accommodate everybody. What I know is that this really means this is a topic that is top of mind for homeowners, local officials, nonprofits, and our waters. This is really a key topic. I'm Liz Kirkwood. I'm the Executive Director of Flow for Love of Water. And we are a Great Lakes Water Law and Policy Center dedicated to protecting these sacred waters as a public resource from one generation to the next. And Flow obviously is hosting this event, but I want to first start off by a round of thank yous, because events like this don't happen without our incredible co-sponsors. So I want to really give hats off to the Michigan Environmental Council, Beckett and Rader, League of Women Voters, Grand Traverse County, League of Women Voters, Leelanau County, Nature Change, Northern Michigan Environmental Action Council, and the Traverse Area Association of Realtors. Let's give them all a round of applause. Thank you so much. I also want to give thanks to our wonderful community partners, and they include the Au Institute, Clean Water Action, Leelanau Clean Water, Michigan Resource Stewards, Tip of the Mitt Watershed Council, and the Grand Traverse Bay Watershed Center. Thank you to all of these wonderful organizations working very hard on this issue. Let's give them a round of applause. I also want to give thanks to all of the speakers. You can see on this agenda, this is an incredible lineup of people who their life work is dedicated to these issues, and we are very grateful for all of you to come and share your wisdom and knowledge and very diverse points of view. We know we might not all come out of here with the same endpoint, but hopefully we have a better understanding of the true complicated issues before us and how we can address them. I want to also give thanks to our Flow staff and our board, and I just ask all of the Flow staff and the board to stand up. If you need anything, these are the people who will help you out, so please stand up. And I would be remiss if I did not give the very, very special thanks to Joe Vandermeulen. I want to tell you about Joe, because this event would really not be possible without Joe. He is the inspiration for convening and elevating this septic issue as a leading health and water quality crisis in Michigan. And we at Flow have been working very closely with Joe over the last year, producing septic films, some of them with some toilet humor, and I hope you did see our prop in the very beginning, right? We have to make light of some of these issues. But these films are designed to educate and engage leaders and citizens about the nature, the risk, and the urgency of this issue for swift action. So, Joe, I just want to thank you for your vision and for your extraordinary ability to connect people and to tell stories why mundane and arguably disgusting things like septic and broken septic systems really matter. Thank you, Joe. I'm just going to share a little bit more about the context and then talk about the purpose and goals for today's events. And then we'll start rolling quickly. So although most of you know, most Michiganders don't know that an estimated 130,000 septic systems in our state are failing. And in many cases, that means sewage, nitrogen, pharmaceutical compounds household chemicals and bacteria are reaching groundwater, lakes, and streams. And we at Flow embarked on this journey last year, issuing a 2018 report on groundwater contamination in Michigan called The Sixth Great Lake, authored by our senior policy advisor, Dave Dempsey, who's over there. And you'll hear more from him today. We got involved with this issue because at Flow, we are committed to protecting water, both groundwater and surface water, as a public trust whose quality for public use is protected for all time by government. And we believe Michigan is falling short of that responsibility in several areas, including protection of our waters from septic system pollution. With more coastline than any state after Alaska, Michigan is the only of the 50 states that lacks a state sanitary code. Let me repeat that one more time, because when I hear that, it is amazing. We are the only state without a uniform septic code. For regulating and to manage on-site septic systems, how they are sited, how they're designed, built, installed, maintained, and inspected. And in lieu of state requirements, 11 out of Michigan's 83 counties and a handful of townships, cities, and villages have enacted local ordinances that require septic tank inspection at the time property is sold. Within the first 6 years of implementing their ordinances, 2 Michigan counties found 1,000 failed septic tanks and 300 homes without any septic system. High water levels, heavy rains, and unusually wet years like 2019 with 10% more rain exacerbate the ability of septic systems to work properly. This is compounded by the fact that 87% of Michigan soils do not effectively drain effluent from septic systems. And this fall, the septic problem even made national headlines in conjunction with the UN's IPCC climate change report. Headlines read, "Climate change is raising quite the stink in Florida," and "Climate change is coming for our toilets." This UN report warned that rising sea levels caused by climate change could affect septic systems in America and cause 60 million toilets to stop flushing. With 1 in 5 US households relying on septic systems, this type of sanitary system must be re-examined because the climate crisis and septic systems don't mix. Evidence is growing that septic system pollution is a major water quality issue as well as a major health risk. A 2015 study headed by Dr. Joan Rose, co-director of MSU's Center for Advancing Microbial Risk Assessment and Center for Water Sciences, sampled 64 river systems that drain approximately 84% of the lower peninsula for E. coli and human-specific source tracking marker bacteria called B theta. Her conclusion? The more septic systems in the watershed, the more human fecal source tracking bacteria were found in the water. Despite a number of legislative attempts to address septic pollution statewide in the last 20 years, and I know many of you have been involved in those efforts, none have passed. And so we're left with this patchwork of statewide, with ordinances largely with oversight carried out at the local level. By and large, it's the 44 county and health district departments that regulate septic systems for single-family resident homes, and the rules vary widely. And we'll hear a lot more about that today. So, why are we all here, and what are we doing? Hold on one second. We'll get back to that film in a moment. So our hope for this gathering today is that we will be exploring emerging research on human health and environmental risks presented by old and failing septic systems, to learn about the local and regional programs that have been adopted in response to the surface water and groundwater quality threats, and finally to foster a dialogue with meaningful next steps so that we can move together to reduce the risks posed by septic system pollution. And when we leave today, after I think lots of very interesting and robust discussions, we hope that it will further enrich your understanding about risks, and it will explore a variety of local, regional, and state options for controlling those risks, and most importantly, really building the momentum for change here in Michigan to protect our most important resource, our Great Lakes and the waters that feed them. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce Joe, and he's going to show you a film. You want? Okay, we're going to run it right now.
There are over 130,000 failing septic systems in Michigan. Imagine, without a properly working septic system, you might as well do it in the river. The toilet is right here. That's the floating toilet. I just wanted to say, I'm already, my time is up already. I just want to say thank you to a lot of you folks who've been willing to talk with me. I'm the publisher of naturechange.org. I did start out a long time ago with a creative writing background and worked at the Kellogg Bird Sanctuary down by Battle Creek, lived there and worked there. And at one point where I was living, I normally don't have any problem getting on a mic. Anyway, one point I had the folks from MSU who ran that operation come to my apartment and say, don't flush anything, don't run any water, don't do anything with the water system. And I was taken out and shown a tile field where in fact the whole the public entry section where the bathrooms were, the bookshop was, the greeting system was, where my apartment was feeding into a septic system that was overloading the water, the drain field, and it was puddling on the top. And some of you have seen these, I know you have, and it was my introduction to septic systems a very long time ago. And I've done a lot of things since then, but I haven't had much more fun than meeting some of you during the putting together of a larger video called Flushing the Future. You can find it on Nature Change. Rob, Mark, Seth, Eric, a lot of you are right here in the room and are on the agenda, and you can, if you don't have enough from them today, go watch the video, Flushing the Future on Nature Change. And thank you so much for being here today. I really appreciate it. And here's Kelly. Kelly is our MC.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Liz. Can folks hear me in the corners, in the back? You able to hear? I'm Kelly Thayer. I'm with Flow. I'm going to MC and segue us from session to session. I'm going to be up only in brief spots. I'm going to introduce our first presenter. But before I do, a couple very quick housekeeping things. One is, I'd say that Joe told me a week or so ago he thought I would be just the right person to MC a summit on septic. And I reflected on that when he said that. Wondered if it was because I favor brown as a color when I dress or what was behind that. But ultimately, I realized that this is the right place to be with an incredible lineup of presenters and of attendees. I've looked at the background of those who are in the house, and these are the folks who know the science and know the politics and know how to get things done. So we're very excited to be with you. We aim to make this the most exciting and successful septic summit ever in the history of Michigan. I promise not to ask questions today like who used a septic system this morning before arriving, and keep the humor to a low, but I will say this, and then I'll introduce others, that it strikes me as very fitting for a septic summit that we're in a setting where things are overflowing with interest and we're about to get pumped. So with that, I'll point at a couple of things. You see the hot seat when things get intense on this issue. We may have someone on the hot seat, not literally, but we got the floating abode, or commode rather. We have a suggestions chart on the side here. We are having different times for the audience to engage, but there will likely be more questions and ideas and suggestions than we fit into those spaces. So please use that flip chart over by Jakob Wheeler in the red scarf, and there are pens, and there are also Post-it notes, so you can even sit back at the table and write down your ideas and then just put them up there. Questions, suggestions, your Septic Summit solutions. We have a gong. There's a gong here. You heard it once to gather us. I'm going to use that a few times to gather us because we'll go take some breaks. There are some times to take a break. There's a great lunch, and we'll have you go out there in the lobby, get the lunch, bring it back, and we're going to have 2 presentations during the lunch. So we'll move things along with the gong to move us along. And then finally, before we get to our first presenter, we're going to have Matt come up from Local Cable Access and tell us a little bit about what they're accomplishing and how we can help them accomplish it.
Hello, my name is Matthew Kern. I am from Traverse Area Community Media. We're this region's only public access and government access TV channel. You can find us at tacm.tv and on channel 189 on Charter Cable. And today we're going to be recording, you can see a couple cameras around the room. We're recording and broadcasting today's event. You can find it on our Facebook page, which is Traverse Area Community Media. So if you know folks that couldn't make it today that would benefit from seeing this, they can watch it live on there, and it'll also be archived on there. And it will play on channel 189. You can find the schedule on our website, tacm.tv again. One little housekeeping thing, for television broadcast, it's best if you can wait for a microphone to arrive before asking your questions for Q&A, because otherwise your question will be completely blank for the viewers at home and in the recording. And then also, one last thing is to thank our volunteer, Dave Poinsett. He's running camera today, and my coworker Joe is in the back directing this event for the broadcast. If you're interested in volunteering on our camera production crew, you can find information about that on our website as well, tacm.tv. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Matt and crew. And so we are also on Facebook Live. So we've got this going out for folks who couldn't get in the room. This was standing room only, and we were sold out. And we'll also have it up on cable access. We're excited about that. Okay, so to segue and introduce our first speaker, going to pull up my notes here and introduce Scott Kenzierski, who is with us this morning from Charlevoix. And Scott is the Director of Environmental Health Services for the Health Department of Northwest Michigan and administers a variety of environmental health programs for a 4-county health district centered around Charlevoix. Scott, this morning will give us a 20-minute overview of septics. What are they? How do they work? How are they maintained? So that we all have that as a base for the rest of the conference. So we'll hear from Scott, and then we'll have another presenter after him, and then we'll take questions. So please welcome Scott Kenzierski.
Today I'm going to talk, I was asked to talk about the basics of septic systems, and it's probably, you know, looking around the room, and I met a lot of my colleagues and people that I've already been working with for years, so a lot of this is going to be review, and hopefully people don't fall asleep today. But I work for the Health Department of Northwest Michigan. We cover Antrim, Charlevoix, Emmett, and Otsego counties. Normally people don't, they tell me to step away from the microphone. Is that better? Okay, so going to talk about the basics. What is a septic system? How do they function? How do they treat wastewater? And then get into some of the more progressive things that we do in our wastewater programs around Michigan, looking at maintenance, looking at other types of programs that manage septic systems, and some of their benefits and downfalls. So people often refer to these systems as septic systems, which is an old term. I prefer wastewater systems, or more specifically, sewage treatment and disposal systems, because the effluent that leaves our house, goes into the septic tank and enters the environment is really, it doesn't stop there. It continues to get treated and ultimately ends up as part of the water cycle into groundwater or drinking water supplies. So I think that's something really important to acknowledge. If they're managed properly, this can be done in a very safe way, and they're very necessary. Looking around northern Michigan, there's a lot of communities that aren't served by community systems or sewer systems, and we rely heavily on the use of on-site wastewater systems. So the treatment that occurs in a septic system happens through a variety of processes. Some of those are physical, chemical, and biological. And when all those things are in balance, we can effectively treat that wastewater and make sure that it reduces any kind of impact to the environment or public health. So the primary objectives, just being very basic again, is to separate solids that come out of our waste stream and liquids and fats, oils, and greases, and really to remove the harmful contamination that can affect human health. So we're talking about bacteria, pathogens, viruses, and some of the limiting nutrients that really affect surface water, like nitrogen and phosphorus. So often these are referred to as decentralized systems because they're not going through some central process or sewer or municipal system. So again, in rural areas, these are very necessary. Without on-site systems, there would be no growth outside of areas that are supplied with community wastewater. So, you know, in the presentation, it talked about old versus new. When I got into public health many years ago, I worked in Branch Hillsdale, St. Joe. It's where I started my career path in public health, where I was talking about sewage disposal systems. So really getting rid of the waste. A lot of the older systems, when we look at them, they were really designed to keep the waste from backing up into homes and surfacing on the ground. And now the paradigm or the needle has shifted to looking at how do we treat wastewater? How do we manage that waste stream so that it not only disposes of the effluent, but it also treats it so it's not harmful in our environment. So looking at some of the newer objectives of sanitary codes around the state and other regulations, we're really looking more toward oversight and maintenance of existing septic systems and how to build that into newer permitted facilities. And then beyond that, we're looking at management programs, and those can happen through the regulated community, or they can happen through townships, through local ordinances, or county ordinances. So just to give a description of the regulatory framework that we work within at local public health, there are 45 health departments in Michigan. Under the Public Health Code 1968, we have the authority to establish regulations regarding wastewater systems. These come in the form of what we call sanitary codes. And there are many sanitary codes across the state. As Liz said, there's a patchwork. We don't have a unified state code, but I have my own thoughts about that, but I don't necessarily think that having sanitary codes representing different areas around the state are necessarily a bad thing. And we can all learn from each other and have over the years to implement best practices and to really look at how to manage wastewater safely and properly. So all the sanitary codes have requirements for the oversight and management of wastewater systems, from the permitting process to the installation to final inspections and to enforcement. So it's important to understand that the elements of wastewater systems, if they're sited properly, designed properly, and installed correctly, can be a very safe and effective means of dealing with our waste. I put in parentheses right there to assure proper maintenance, because what I've seen over the years is more and more codes are really looking at maintenance objectives and building that into their code requirements, and I'll give some examples later. But approval criteria, we're normally looking at soil and groundwater conditions, whether it's soil texture, soil structure, where groundwater is present, how to properly isolate from other things like surface water or other vulnerabilities on a site. The design includes sizing, which is typically based on the soil's permeability rate, its ability to effectively have water movement through it in proper treatment. And it's designed for a peak demand. And typically, there are a lot of methods on how to determine that, but typically in Michigan, that's determined by the number of bedrooms. So when we look at the system design, we're looking at the soil texture and the number of bedrooms, which equates to peak flow, to determine the size of that system. And then we're looking at isolation from groundwater. Installation with every code in Michigan requires a final inspection. So we're going out to make sure that what we permitted was installed correctly and that the conditions on the permit were met during that installation. This sort of ties into, oops. This last one sort of ties into the state code. There are aspects of what we do in environmental health that actually are done statewide. So the Michigan Criteria for Subsurface Disposal from 1994 deals with commercial systems, usually between 1,000 and 10,000 gallons a day. There can be some dual permitting with the state of Michigan as we get into some of those higher volumes of waste, but those have universal criteria that we use to design and install those systems. We also have the Condominium Act and Administrative Rules and Land Division Act, and those really kind of tie us to how we regulate high-density development in Michigan, approval of plats, and assuring for proper wastewater and water supply for all of the lots that are proposed in a development proposal. And oftentimes those result in conditions or restrictions on the master deed to the property. And then we have septage regulations where we work with the state of Michigan to oversee septage, either land disposal sites or receiving facilities or the trucks that they use to transport waste. Okay, so basic septic system components or wastewater system components. Typically think about a septic tank and a drain field or a soil absorption system. The septic tank's primary function is to basically separate solids so that we have a liquid waste that can be conveyed to a drain field. There is some anaerobic digestion that does occur in the septic tank. It's not very much, but primarily getting what they call septic effluent is the scum floats to the top, the solids settle to the bottom, and there's this middle clear zone is what they call it. Don't be fooled by that. There's a lot of suspended solid material in that effluent. And then it's transferred out of the septic tank, out of the outlet through a baffle or a sanitary tee, which draws right from that clear zone, conveyed to the drain field, which is typically perforated tile embedded in a bed or in trenches filled with gravel aggregate. This is where a majority of the treatment actually happens once it interacts with the environment. This is the effluent filters through the gravel and hits the soil interface, and aerobic digestion begins. So this is an example of a typical septic system. All the waste from the home comes out into the septic tank where settling occurs. The effluent, the clear effluent, moves through the septic tank, up through the baffle, and out into the drain field. And that's where filtration happens. This is where a majority of the treatment happens, is really below the system. That's why we call them soil absorption systems. Before it hits our groundwater, either groundwater, could be seasonal high groundwater, could be an actual freestanding groundwater surface, or drinking water aquifer. There's something that develops in septic systems called the biomat. Usually what happens as the effluent filters through the gravel, hits that soil interface, things slow down a little bit, and the soil acts as a filter. So what that soil actually filters out initially is anaerobic bacteria that come through with the effluent and any kind of suspended solids. And those accumulate at the bottom of the trench, and it progresses with time. If I could show a linear trench here, you would see that the biomat would develop heavy here at first and ultimately spread to the entire footprint of that drain field. And although you don't want the biomat to build up to where we have significant ponding in the drain field, what that does is it provides some level of treatment as that effluent moves through the biomat. It removes anaerobic or it has anaerobic bacteria that removes some of the disease-causing organisms as well as some of the nutrients. And it creates a scenario where you have a long residence time for that effluent to be treated. Some people say that the septic tank or the septic field really doesn't start working well until years into its use, because initially waste will pour through that system at a rapid rate until that biomat develops, and then it slows down and provides for better treatment. So wastewater system designs, that's a mound system. What's funny about that? Actually, that's on my wife's uncle's property, and that's a hunting shack. It was a former outhouse, and he wanted to elevate it above the flat. He's got a very flat piece of property, but I thought it was really a great picture. But at least he tells me it's a hunting shack. I don't know. So conventional systems, it's what I just described. Installed at or below grade. The primary treatment happens in the septic tank. Secondary treatment happens in the soil absorption system. Mound systems are installed on fill material. So if you can imagine basically a drain field installed on fill and then covered. Primary treatment happens in the septic tank, secondary treatment out in the drain field again. However, in Michigan, a lot of, we used to do what we call pump and dump, where it went through a pump system into a conventional drain field with 4-inch tile. So the first part of that system would get most of the effluent until that biomat developed. But a lot of health departments have gone to low pressure distribution, which kind of simulates a biomat because you're pressurizing that entire system at one time. So that effluent is being spread over the entire drain field and not just concentrated at the beginning. Advanced treatment systems, that's something a lot of health departments have embraced either through appeals or actually built into their code. So typically you have a septic tank, you have primary treatment in a septic tank, goes into some sort of treatment unit, think of like a little packaged sewage plant, then into a pump chamber, and then out to a mound system. And those advanced treatment systems can take many forms. They can be fixed filtered media, suspended media. You can have aerobic treatment units. One of the things we did with our code is there's different ways to look at advanced treatment. One is looking at a performance standard. So you have analytical targets that need to be assured to make sure that that system is working properly. Or there's some certification for different types of system. NSF is a common one that people utilize. Obviously, with conventional systems, these are our least vulnerable sites. And as we move down, we're going to more and more sites that have environmental or public health significance. So mound systems, they're mounded for a reason. They're mounded because there's high groundwater typically or restrictive soils. Advanced treatment are probably our most environmentally sensitive sites. They require treatment and oversight to make sure that we're not having an impact on the environment. Oftentimes when we run into some of these limiting sites or non-conforming properties that exist and we don't have good conditions to work with, we try to look for something off-site. I may have a piece of property that's non-conforming, high groundwater table, heavy soils, but my neighbor across the road where it goes up a little bit might have a sandy, suitable site. And I can work through easements or other types of agreements to maybe pump my waste over onto that property in a much safer circumstance. This is just, I'm really running late. These are just some of the components. Here's a septic tank, as I described. This is an example of a drain field. So you got a network of perforated pipe and stone. This kind of shows water movement through a soil absorption system. This is an aeration unit with a weir in the middle of it. A mound system with a tank, pump chamber out to the field. And then there's some alternative dispersal mechanisms that we're seeing now with chamber systems that don't have any stone. They're gravelless. These are pillows that are full of fabric that bacteria can grow on. So there's a high level of treatment coming out of this 4-inch pipe. These are styrofoam peanuts replacing the gravel in a system. This is drip irrigation. We see this a lot now, and it's a very effective way to microdose a system so you're not concentrating effluent, and also to work with unconventional sites where we would have trouble installing a conventional drain field. It's really hard to see in this picture, but this is a really severe slope, and you can lay that drip irrigation out on those slopes. In Michigan, we bury it. Wastewater treatment, typically within 2 feet, we've removed most of the harmful bacteria. Some of the other wastewater characteristics are a little more difficult to deal with. So I went back and I looked at some typical septic tank effluent numbers, and then what level of treatment we're getting out of our advanced treatment units. And we're seeing reductions of BOD of up to almost 100%, same with suspended solids. And inorganic nitrogen, which is a little bit more difficult to deal with, we're still seeing a large reduction in those wastewater parameters. Phosphorus is another one, particularly when you're close to lakes. And phosphorus is a very difficult nutrient to deal with. It happens naturally in soils, but there's really not a lot of good treatment systems out there that will treat phosphorus to a high degree, not at a residential scale anyway. So oversight and maintenance of systems, most in the past and most conventional systems, it's done commonly through kind of self-regulating, if you will. So I can't flush my toilet. I had a big weekend on the 4th of July. I had a backup. I'm going to call a pumper and have my tank pumped. That's not a really good way to manage your system. And by the time you need to pump your tank because of a problem, you typically have an issue in the drain field, which is a very expensive prospect to replace. Just pumping a tank typically will not solve that problem on a long-term basis. So some people are very good at maintaining their systems, other people are not. So there's really no oversight of some of those type of systems. Enforcement, we do have capabilities and requirements to do enforcement. Either observations by our staff when we go out and do field work. We might be issuing a well permit and we're looking to make sure we're isolated from septic systems of neighbors, and we may encounter a failed system. Our codes, our sanitary codes, and the public health code require us to address that through an enforcement action. Typically, it's pumping the tank immediately and getting a proper wastewater system in place. We get complaints from the public through our nuisance complaint program. We often get complaints. Neighbor observes their neighbor with a septic system problem, the dog's running through it, the smell, whatever. We'll get complaints from the public and we respond to those, as well as from other regulatory agencies. One of the newer emerging issues I'll talk about is our work with townships and some of the things that we're seeing with wastewater systems that we hadn't seen, quite frankly, in the past to the level that we are today. Mandatory maintenance programs, those can happen as a condition of a permit through contracts, agreements, or through operation permits. So this is my last slide. Looking at management programs, this is kind of where things are heading, is looking at, there are a number of time of transfer, point of sale programs around the state. We have a couple in our district. They can be very effective. We have one that's been, I think, in its 7th year, and it's been a very successful program. We've enhanced the program not just to look at doing an evaluation of the existing system, but we also, it's an opportunity for us to educate people at the time that we do the inspection. So we're letting them know not only the status of their system, but what future uses of the property. The system may be working fine, but I'm letting you know that it's a non-conforming site and you may be restricted in the future from further developing this site without having another means of your wastewater disposal. So, you know, we can talk about restricted future use. We can also assure compliance with the code, but also make some other recommendations at that time. Mandatory pumping. Okay. Mandatory pumping is another management program. Mandatory inspection, management districts. As I said, operation permits. All of our holding tanks, offsite systems, and advanced treatment systems are required to be under an operation permit where those systems are looked at on a routine basis. Seasonal rentals is a huge issue for us right now with all the lake frontage that we have as the systems are being rented out. I had a 3-bedroom system that was permitted in the 70s that was rented out as a 7-bedroom home, sleeping up to 22 people. And it was an offsite system that was not under a permit, and it was blowing out wastewater all over the place. So I did a quick search for VROB, and there are thousands of these systems around our lakes. I'm not going to get into statewide code too much because there are other speakers that are going to address that. But I wanted to share this. This is something I worked with Tip of the Mid on. It's a GIS layer of Milton Township, which happens to have one of our point of sale programs for time of transfer. And you can see these little orange blocks. We went back and looked at the entire history of our involvement as a health department in this one township. Anything that is not an orange block, we have never set foot on. So we may have issued a well permit here, we may have issued a septic system, but a majority of the land space in that one township, we have never touched. So this represents 2/3 of one township where we have no information. So I think this kind of exemplifies the need to do something with respect to wastewater management. I don't know what the answer is. There's a lot of options. I don't know that statewide code is a silver bullet, but we need to do something. That's all I have. Thank you.
That was great. Thank you, Scott. All right, next up, we're going to hear about risks to human health and the environment. So we'll take the next step from system design, maintenance, and failure to reality for the public and for the environment. And Dr. Mark Borchardt is joining us. He is a research microbiologist for the USDA and their Agricultural Research Service in Marshfield, Wisconsin. I think he's come the farthest of any of us. Has anyone come farther than Marshfield, Wisconsin? It's possible.
Anybody know where Marshfield?
North central Wisconsin. And he's come with his family, driven over here, and is sharing vital information. In addition to his role with the USDA, Dr. Borchardt is the program leader for the Laboratory for Infectious Disease and the Environment, U.S. Geological Survey, Upper Midwest Water Science Center in Marshfield, Wisconsin. We've asked Dr. Borchardt to talk to us about the impacts to public health and to the environment, and this will be an eye-opening discussion. After he presents, we'll save a little time at the end for questions, and we have microphones, so we'll get out into the audience and take your questions. So please welcome Dr. Borchardt.
Go right.
That's you and just that.
Okay, I had a little different slide there. There we go.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, if you're wondering about that slide, you really can find a picture on the internet of it on the fan. That's true. So the plan today, so I'm going to talk about 3 studies, which I've been the principal investigator. And I have key points for each of those. It's a lot of data, a lot of ground to cover, and we're 15 minutes behind schedule. I'm going to be here the whole day, so if you have any questions about any of this, I'm happy to address it. The reason I have this when it hits the fan is because all 3 of these studies have been controversial. And when I first got in this business of dealing with groundwater contamination, particularly as it relates to septic systems, I never knew how political poop can be. So of the 3 studies, the first one, the controversy is what's causing the groundwater contamination, agriculture or septic systems. The second one is government should not be on my property telling me what to do with my poop. And I guess that's the same, an issue here in the state too, in West Michigan. And the third one has to do with, and it's actually kind of a sad outcome, I'm going to talk about an outbreak related to septic systems, where it wasn't more than just the disease illness, it was also the breaking of social bonds and the breakdown of government organizations because of that outbreak. So that's the plan. Those are the 3 studies. So here's my first point. The density of septic system drain fields is related to private well contamination in northeastern Wisconsin. And the area I'm going to talk about is Kewaunee County, on our thumb of the state, which I think, as the crow flies, is due that way. And this is a county that's had some real problems with groundwater contamination, as illustrated in this picture here. These 2 little girls went to fill their tub, take a bath, and brown water comes out. And this county, in that part of the state, it's not unusual to have these brown water events. This is a code-compliant well. It's 123 feet deep, cased to 63 feet. This tends to happen during springtime. And the thing is, there's been disease outbreaks associated with these, Campylobacter jejuni and or hemorrhagic E. coli. In this particular situation, I'm going to talk about some genetic methods for determining the sources of contamination, but here all you need is a working nose, because as soon as you smell it, it's manure coming out. So these brown water events are related primarily to manure. And why is that? That's because of this Silurian dolomite aquifer, which is a really productive groundwater aquifer, but it's also a vulnerable aquifer. And I was noticing, looking at this map, if you got a pointer here, here's Kewaunee County where the yellow is, that's the Silurian dolomite, and I didn't realize in our drive, my wife and I, to here yesterday, we pretty much followed that aquifer around the UP and across the straits. It's highly fractured. If you take a look at a road cut, you can see these horizontal fractures here, but what you often don't see are these vertical fractures, which is shown by this cut hayfield. And the alfalfa is a little bit greener because it's more deeply rooted where the fractures are. So this is a nice photo showing that vertical fracture system and that horizontal fracture system. Now you've got the Silurian dolomite in the UP. I don't know what other fractured bedrock you have in the lower part of Michigan. Someone will have to let me know about that. So these findings I'm going to show you relate to a fractured bedrock setting. So the fractures are dense and ubiquitous. There's little surface water runoff. Contaminants can get to the subsurface very quickly. And the flow rates from these that's cut off down at the bottom are tens to hundreds of feet per day. That's how fast the groundwater moves. Whereas if you're in a typical sandstone aquifer, you're talking about a few millimeters per day. This is tens to hundreds of feet per day. So this was the controversy with those brown water events. A lot of people from the city of Green Bay moving out to that countryside, wanting to be near Lake Michigan and on that peninsula. And they're getting these brown water events, and they're looking at the growth of the dairy industry and saying, it's you, agricultural people, you're contaminating our groundwater. It's now up to 100,000 cows and calves, about 167 herds. There's been a huge growth of concentrated animal feeding operations. And if you do the math for the number of cattle in the county, it turns out to be 700 million gallons of manure and urine per year that's released to the environment. 700 million. Big number. But what about the septic systems? Got to do the math there too. So this is a rural county. This is an outline of the county. Here's Lake Michigan. You guys are over here somewhere. So we have close to 4,000 septic systems in the county. And if you subtract off the holding tanks, which are supposed to hold the waste, not release it to the environment, and then be pumped out, if you do the math for the number of people per household, you get 200 million gallons. 200 million gallons of septic effluent released to the environment every year. So 700 million gallons of dairy, 200 million gallons related to septic system. And the big controversy here, and if you just Google it, you can see everything that's been in the news about this, a lot of acrimony, a lot of debate, a lot of name calling, a lot of finger pointing. So the question was, where's it coming from? Where's this groundwater contamination coming from? So what we did in this study is we wanted to estimate an unbiased countywide contamination rate for indicator bacteria nitrate. We wanted to determine the source of fecal contamination, whether it was bovine or whether it was human. And then we wanted to identify risk factors for private well contamination using statistical models. I'm not going to talk about the first objective. This is a whole separate talk dealing with this debate. What I want to focus on for this summit is the septic system piece and what we found there. So we're going to determine the source of fecal contamination, and I'm going to show you one of the statistical models related to septic system density. Here's what we did. We had private homeowners that we enrolled in the study, and we collected samples from their household wells. We took 138 samples from 131 wells. We used this hemodialysis filter. I know the scientists at Michigan State University used the same method. This hemodialysis filter can concentrate everything, viruses, protozoa, bacteria. And then we do qPCR, quantitative polymerase chain reaction. That's a fancy way of saying is what we're looking for are the gene targets for microbes that are specific to certain groups. And I know there's a talk later today talking about this concept of microbial source tracking. I'll just cover it briefly here. So what we're looking for are three groups of microorganisms in these private wells. Those that are specific to human beings, those that are specific to cattle, and those that aren't specific to either group. They're pathogens that are shared between the two groups. How does that work? All of us sitting in our room right now, digesting our breakfast, have a group of microorganisms called the Bacteroides that's digesting our food. It's a friendly bug. There's more of them than us, actually, by number in our gut tract, and it's specific to human beings. You don't find it anywhere else. You don't find it in squirrels, you don't find it in deer, you only find it in human beings. So when you find it in water, and since it comes out of us in our fecal material, we know then that there's human fecal material in that well. And here's what we found. Here's the data. So this is the host, the human specific. These are the microorganisms, and then the number of wells. And the other concept to this microbial source tracking is that the viruses and some other pathogens tend to be specific to us and not infect other organisms. So the red ones are pathogens. So we had one well that had adenovirus group A. We had one well that had a Cryptosporidium hominis. Cryptosporidium hominis is the cause of the big 1993 waterborne outbreak in Milwaukee, 400,000 ill. So found that in the well. We had this rotavirus, 7 wells. And here's that friendly bug that I just spoke about that's digesting our food and one of its sisters. 27 wells positive for that. So overall, we had 33 wells that had evidence of human wastewater in it. So 33 wells. Tell you the other side of the story, although I don't have that data, we had 44 wells that had bovine manure in them. So it turns out, to shorten the story, is that both sides were right. Both sides were responsible for the groundwater contamination. Now what we want to do is we want to take these data, we know there's human wastewater, and we want to relate it to land use. So that's the plan. Oh, this slide didn't work out, unfortunately. Shoot. Well, I don't know what happened there. Well, these are the various risk factors that we're going to look at. The ag land use, I'm going to skip. Bedrock features, precipitation, groundwater recharge, depth to bedrock. Sorry about that. I'm not sure what happened. Something in the upload, perhaps. But let me demonstrate how we did this. And I was interested in showing you this because you can do the same thing here. To the extent that you have geographic information systems and you've got your septic systems mapped, you can use the same sort of study design. So you can do the same thing. So this is an aerial view, a GIS layer of one of the homes, a private well. Actually, it's not one of the wells in our study because that's all confidential, but I'm just doing this to illustrate the point. So the blue dot is a home. And we did this at 3 concentric circles around the well, 750 feet, 1,500 feet, and 3,000 feet out around the well. That corresponds to 40 acres, 160 acres, and 640 acres. So if you're familiar with civil surveys, a quarter section, and a section. That's what we did. So let's take a look. Here's our well. And each of those orange dots is a septic system. So using the computer and a little computer coding, what we did is we said, how many septic systems are near that well within 3,000 feet? That's what that blue circle is. And then we had the computer tell us what's the distance between that blue dot where the well is and the nearest septic system. So those are 2 risk factors, number of septic systems and distance to nearest septic system to the well. There's a manure lagoon, that orange square. So we looked at that. Turns out that is important for agricultural contamination. The 4 triangles, those are sinkholes. So we counted up the number of sinkholes and the distance from the well to the sinkhole. The yellow, I don't know if you have these records in Michigan, that's where human septage is being land applied. So we could calculate the area of the land within that 3,000 feet and the distance from the well to that field. And then lastly, it doesn't relate for this talk, but it was very important for looking at the bovine manure in private wells, is the area of ag land. That's what the green hatched is. That's all agricultural land. And then we calculate the distance. So we did that for all the wells in the study. And now what we're interested in for this summit, for this talk, actually I spoke at another summit this year called the Manure Summit. This is the Septic System Summit. I don't know what it is about talking about excrement that we want to elevate it to the point of summit. At the Manure Summit, I talked about the ag piece. At the Septic Summit, we're going to focus on the septic systems. So we took all these data, these are our risk factors, and now we're going to relate that to the probability of having a well contaminated with human fecal material. And here's the plot. Let me walk you through this. Hopefully it came out okay in this slide. Yes, it did. Okay, on the y-axis, that's the probability of having a well contaminated with human wastewater, those 33 wells. For those of you in the room that are researchers, they're scientific, this is a log binomial model. For those of you that aren't researchers, this is no different than flipping a coin. And if you knew that if you were to plot every time you flipped a coin what your probability of getting a heads was, there'd be a flat line at 50%, right? Right there. That'd be 50%. Now we're looking at the probability of having a well contaminated with wastewater from 0% to 80%. And so that's the probability of having a well contaminated. And this is the number of drain field septic systems within 750 feet around a well, or 40 acres. So from 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 septic systems around a well that we sampled. And what we see, you can just focus on the blue line. The red line is the statistical gobbledygook. But you can just look at the blue line, and what you see is you increase the number of septic system drain fields around the wells that we sampled, the probability of having human wastewater increases. So it goes from about 10%, 12%, up to 20-some percent. It's a 2.5-fold increase for the number of septic systems that increase over that 750 feet area. If you're wondering about why is it above zero at zero, it's because we didn't count the person's own septic system. So that intercept represents the probability of you contaminating your own well and drinking your own fecal material. And this is a highly significant relationship. This paper is just about done. I'm happy to share these data with you. For those of you that are scientists again, these are multivariable models. The thing that we also found was related to private well contamination with human wastewater are these other variables down here. The rainfall the previous 2 days, the depth of groundwater, which makes perfectly good sense after the last talk. I mean, the higher the groundwater table, the more likely it is to be contaminated. And then the other thing is depth to bedrock, which turns out to be important. This model corrects for all these things. It holds these things constant. So this effect of septic system density is happening despite these other important variables. That was the first study. Second study, the density of septic holding tanks. Holding tanks, those that are supposed to hold the waste, in central Wisconsin is related to sporadic infectious diarrhea in children. This paper was published in 2003. I put the citation down there. You're welcome to take a look at it. There actually was a lay publication about it as well. What I can't believe is I published that in 2003, and every year since then, including now in 2019, I've been asked to speak about this work. It's absolutely remarkable to me. Normally you publish a paper, maybe get 1 or 2 talks after that, and then people focus on the paper. But this is what we did. Here's the data that kind of stimulated all this. This is the holding tank capacity in the county where I live, Wood County, for these 3 years. So this row is holding tank capacity. This is what they expected to come out of those holding tanks based on the number of people in each household. This is the reported gallons that people reported, and that's the difference that they didn't know where it went. So look at 1994, 4 million gallon capacity, 41 million expected to pump, 11 million pumped, a 30 million gallon effluent discrepancy. So the question is, where was it going? And this was a period in our county where there's really an anti-government push, and government should not be involved with this at all. And so you can find these driving around. It was not difficult to see. Here's a tank with the effluent just leaking out, headed to a little low area. This can also be problematic and erupt at the surface. This one cracks me up because the holding tank wasn't even buried all the way. It's in the distance there. And they must have got tired of jumping over the ditch because they took the time to build a little bridge right here. So they did that. They got tired of leaping over it, the effluent stream. And then this one also cracks me up because here it goes out to a ditch and they took the time to kind of freshen it up a little bit with some daffodils and some other things. So this one's a decorated leaking holding tank. So what we did is the question was this, and I thought, when I was approached about this, I thought, well, I'll just dig in the literature and I'll tell you guys, the risk, and we'll get this done in about a week's time. I started looking, there was nothing in the scientific literature about septic systems and human health risk. I couldn't believe it, other than outbreaks. Nothing about what we call sporadic illness, the type of illness that you get here or there, as opposed to an outbreak where it's all at one time. So what we did was a case control epidemiologic study. The cases are the sick kids. Those we enrolled as they came into Marshfield Clinic. They were sick enough, they were coming into the clinic for medical care. And then our controls were randomly selected from this epidemiologic group that we have called MESA, the Marshfield Epidemiologic Study Area, and we matched them by age and gender. And then we had structured telephone interviews, we had 68 questions, and then we collected stool specimens from the kids and analyzed them for pathogens. This is where the study was conducted, that orange area. That's the Marshfield Epidemiologic Study Area. Every day, we know the people moving into that area, coming out of that area, everyone who's seeking health care. And so what we're allowed to do then is we can do great epidemiologic work and get at the incidence of illness. So it was done in that part of the state. That part of the state has poor draining soils. And so holding tanks are pretty common to hold the waste. This was our case definition. A child from 1 to 18 years of age had acute diarrhea, 3 or more loose stools per day. And then we excluded people that had chronic diarrhea, were immunosuppressed, or had been on antibiotics 2 days prior. We wanted infectious diarrhea caused by a pathogen. These are the things that we asked about because we knew there'd be other exposures that could result in illness, things like travel, person-to-person transmission, farm activities, recreational water activities, and then the drinking water source. And here's how we got the data. So I have to kind of laugh at this. This is pre-GIS. So unlike the previous study where we have all these beautiful GIS layers and we get all this information using Python script in the computer, this we had to do by hand based on tax IDs, parcel identification numbers. So we did it with parcel identification number. We figured out the neighbors just by section. We excluded those, anything less than $10,000, we said they must not have a septic system. The cases and controls, we got the age and the type of septic from the sanitary permits. If you lived in the city and were part of the study, your septic system density was assigned 0. And then we did this at these 3 areas, section, quarter section, and quarter section. That's where in the first study that I'm in the middle of wrapping up now, that's where I got these areas from the, if you remember the 750 feet, et cetera. So that's how we got the septic system data. Really very time consuming compared to using geographic information systems. Here's our cases and controls. We had 153 sick kids. We had 274 healthy kids. They were matched on age and gender, so the genders are about the same. About half came from a rural environment, about half were in city water and sewer, and the ages you can see here, they were young kids, tend to be 4 or 5 years old. And these are the septic system densities that we were talking about. So the effects I'm going to show you here in a second are related to these densities. So for all septic systems, the average per 640 acres or square mile, a section, was 14. Holding tanks, about 6 per square mile. Drain fields, 8 per square mile. And then we also divvied this up by drain fields that were less than 20 years old and drain fields that were more than 20 years old. So what did we find? This is the first bit of overview. So this is relating the type of septic system and the density to the type of diarrhea that the kids had. Viral diarrhea, bacterial diarrhea, protozoan, and unknown. And a star means that we found a significant relationship. The surprising thing here is that it wasn't just holding tanks that we found a relationship, it was all septic types. It didn't matter. All septic system types were associated with infectious diarrhea in these kids. And drain fields alone were as well. And these weren't necessarily failing systems. These were also new systems. So what we saw then is regardless of the area or the density and regardless of the type, for the viral diarrhea caused diarrhea, strong associations. For bacteria, we had a few, protozoan, nothing, and then for etiology that was unknown, we didn't know what was causing the diarrhea, just a couple. So then what we took these data, and if you remember the questionnaire, we combined all that into a statistical model, and we thought, let the computer tell us, what's the most important thing for infectious diarrhea in these kids in central Wisconsin? And we couldn't believe it. Viral diarrhea, holding tanks popped out. 1.08 was the odds ratio. The way you interpret this is that for every increase of 1 holding tank per square mile, you get an 8% increase in the risk of infectious diarrhea in kids. And that's controlling for these 2 other important factors, age, which is protective, that's why this value is less than 1. The older you are, the less likely you are to get sick. And then the household number, this person to person was a very strong effect. You expect that if someone is sick in your house, you too are likely to get sick. But what we couldn't believe is that this popped out, this holding tanks per section. And that was highly significant if you know your stats. Really highly significant relationship. That's for viral diarrhea. And then we couldn't believe that it also came out for bacterial diarrhea. That diarrhea caused by bacterial pathogens. In this situation, it was the number of holding tanks in 40 acres, a quarter section. This odds ratio means that for every additional holding tank in 40 acres, there was a 22% increased risk of a child in that area having infectious diarrhea. And that was controlling for the only other important risk factor in our agricultural area was if a child had entered into a calf hutch or touched a calf. That had a really high odds ratio, you can see. But these 2 factors alone were sufficient to explain infectious diarrhea in our neck of the woods, which is sort of unbelievable to us. And what you can do, if you're an epidemiologist and you understand the math here, we can calculate the fraction of illness in our area responsible due to these holding tanks, these failing holding tanks. And what we learned, to cut to the chase, is that for viral diarrhea, we estimate about 20% of the viral diarrhea in central Wisconsin is due to these holding tanks, of which many are malfunctioning. And for the bacterial diarrhea, it turns out to be about the same number, 19%. These are the confidence intervals, could be as low as 2%, high as 42%. On the bacterial side, could be 0%, but high as 39%. But we can measure the fraction of illness in that part of the state due to holding tanks. So then you go, remember, you read about these in the newspaper all the time, these sorts of studies. Eating cabbage is associated with good health. Drinking coffee is associated with something. So then you have to ask, okay, we're finding these associations, but is it plausible? You also have to ask, is it a plausible association? Is it a plausible statistical model? Well, yeah, I think so. Holding tanks were at that time, I did the study in 2000, were at that time a third of all septic systems in the study area. And 40%, it was estimated by the county sanitarians that 40% had some illegals discharged to the surface. And I showed you in 2000, well, I showed you in 1984, but in 2000, there were 40 million gallons of holding tank waste that were unaccountable. And 19% of the conventional drain fields in that part of the state were built before 1970. So yeah, and these bugs we're talking about, I study these all the time in the environment. You can't believe how far they move or how long they survive. So the point is that these statistical models that we've constructed and the risks that we've identified pass the smell test. They pass, and that was no pun, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. They are biologically plausible. Okay, last study, last key point. Septic systems located in vulnerable hydrogeologic settings can result in disease outbreaks, even when they're new. And if you want to read about this study, this was published in the journal Groundwater in 2011 about this particular work. So what do we find here? The study, here's Kewaunee County that we just talked about. Now we're going to be talking about Door County. This is the study site right here on the Green Bay side. I got a phone call in my office and was told that there was an outbreak underway. This was in June of 2007. Close to 229 patrons and employees were sick. It was a new restaurant, and they had severe acute gastrointestinal illness. 6 people were hospitalized. One 80-year-old woman was in the hospital for a couple weeks, and she almost died. It was a new well and conventional drain field septic system. They were both conforming to state code. When I was called in, we stood on the property, and we just started looking at the neighbors. It's got to be a neighbor. Where's it coming from? It can't be this new system. And then, but remember, this is that Silurian dolomite aquifer. These fractured bedrock settings are highly vulnerable. And the epidemiologic folks, the folks that did the case control study, they said it looks like the well water. So we sampled the well water. And so we sampled the well water, we sampled the septic system, and then the people that were sick, we sampled their stool. And what we saw was that in the well water, the way to think about this is that we had 50 viruses per liter of water, so 50 viruses per quart, and we identified it as a norovirus. If you've ever taken a cruise ship trip, you know that you have to watch out for that because it can wreck your vacation, causes severe vomiting, severe diarrhea. We identified it as a norovirus. When we measured in the septic tank before it went to the drain field, there was about 80,000 of those viruses per quart of water. And then when we sampled the stool of the sick people, it was about 10,000 to 10 to the 8th, about 100 million of those viruses per stool. So we had the virus. We thought, we wonder if it's the same. So then using some DNA technology, we sequenced the virus for a particular gene, and it was identical. It was the same virus between the well, the septic tank, and the people. So we knew that it was connected biologically. Was it connected hydraulically? So that's when we brought in Calvin Alexander from the University of Minnesota, and he did some dry trace test. And he put in eosin, we flushed it down the toilet here, and then we put in fluorescein at the dosing chamber, turned the pump on, and ran it up to the leach field right away. And then we started monitoring the well water. When is the dye going to show up? And you can skip the high bars. That's when it's rain. Just look at these bars, the 2 plots here. The eosin, the one that was flushed down the toilet, showed up in 3 days. 3 days in the well. And the fluorescein, the one that we pumped up to the drain field, that was in about 10 days' time. That showed up in the well. So very high peaks, and then it declined over time. And that was enough then for the state to say, time to do a forensic investigation. Let's dig the thing up. And that's when this torn boot was found connecting the two. And so that was thought, well, this is the source of it. But the thing is, it was the other dye that was also reaching. So this perfectly fine drain field up here, here's the red dye going from the torn boot to the well, but it was also 10 days from here to here, from the drain field to the well. So both pathways were responsible. And for this virus, 10 days is nothing. The longest studies I've seen taking groundwater, putting that virus into a beaker, putting on a lab bench and letting it sit, is they stopped after 650 days. The virus was still there. And in that particular study, they actually had permission to have people drink it and see if it was still infectious and cause illness. They stopped the study after 2 years. So this particular virus lives in groundwater a long, long time. And then what we did, so both the torn boot and the drain field were responsible for the contamination. And then we asked people in the neighborhood, okay with you if we put a little charcoal plug in your toilet tank, and then every time you flush, you get a new batch of water in there, and let's see with that charcoal, with that carbon, if we can find the dye. And sure enough, here's the restaurant where the outbreak happened, and we just tracked that dye as it moved underground toward, this is Green Bay here, and it moved, and we finally stopped when it erupted at a spring at this point right here. So it was moving about 7 to 8 meters per day towards the bay. And that virus, and we found a whole number of viruses in those people's wells as it moved through from that one restaurant septic system. So I thought I wouldn't have time for a summary, so I just want to cut thank the people that were all part of these studies. I have a large research team. For each of these studies, septic systems, and this invitation here today, it's not like I asked to be invited. It's not like I've asked to work on septic systems. These things just come to me, and it's sort of amazing. And you've got a great team of researchers in the state of Michigan that can do this kind of work. And to the extent that you have this kind of data, like GIS data, and you have the ability to do these case control studies, you could do the same sort of work here in Michigan. And this is my last canoe trip up near the Arctic, and I just had to put that picture there and say thanks for inviting me today.
Dr. Burkhardt has put us back on time. We've got time for a few questions. We're going to take some microphones out to the crowd and take questions.
Thank you for coming. Really appreciate what you do. What I'm curious about is Wisconsin has a septic code, and so it's not working.
Well, I'm reluctant to say whether it's working or not working. In that, I guess what we had this conversation. I've been speaking to a couple folks about this. It's a uniform septic system code that has resulted in a one-size-fits-all for the state. And for where we have this fractured bedrock setting in the eastern part and the northeastern part of the state, and we also have another fractured bedrock setting in the southwestern part of the state, the code maybe needs to be fixed for that. Amazingly, for manure spreading, we had a uniform code for manure spreading across the state, and given the issues in that fractured bedrock with manure, we no longer have a one-size-fits-all. I just about fell off my chair when the DNR told me, our Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, that they were going to have a code just specifically for these sorts of vulnerable settings. That has not yet reached the septic system folks. They haven't been thinking that way. But what we are learning, and for the septic system piece and microbial contamination, this is the first time this work has ever been done. For septic systems and nitrate contamination, like in Cape Cod, outside Atlanta, Long Island, that work's been done. So we know septic system density is related to nitrate contamination of private wells from previous literature, and now we know that septic system density is related to microbial contamination. So, and then we also know that these septic systems result in outbreaks. I just showed you the one that was published. We've been in all sorts of others in the state that have not been published.
Thank you. Any questions on this side? We'll try to alternate some. We have a little more time. Questions back here?
Hello, Mark. Thanks for coming all the way over.
Hey, Shannon.
I know you weren't going to talk about it, but can I pick on you about nutrients and how they might be leaking from septic tanks being associated with HABs, the harmful algal blooms, or just algal growth in the lakes?
Well, yes. I mean, I've worked on nutrients in the past. None of these studies have been along those lines. Interestingly, for that fractured bedrock study about ag versus septic, if you do the models for nitrate, that was one of our outcomes. I didn't get into that objective. The number one risk factor for nitrate contamination, by nitrate contamination, I mean greater than the drinking water standard of 10 parts per million, that in that situation, septic systems were not related. It was the agriculture, which shouldn't be surprising. I mean, they're putting on a lot of nitrogen on those fields. But, so that's the study side. But how about the anecdote side, the story side? So we randomly selected these people from around the county, Kewaunee County. And we went over, and by chance, we selected some people that were right on the bay. And so we sampled the private wells. And I said, oh, because I was part of the sampling team, I said, where's your septic system? There were rural homes in this county along the bay. Where's your septic system? Oh, as neighbors, we wanted to have a clean shoreline. And so we paid the money to connect all the way to the Green Bay wastewater treatment plant. I couldn't believe it. And they were having problems with the nutrients from their septic systems leaking out into their shoreline, and they couldn't use their shoreline. And here they had these nice homes, and they couldn't use the water. They spent the money as a neighborhood association to run a pipe to the Green Bay wastewater treatment plant, get rid of their septic systems, and their shorelines were cleaned up. That's not a study, that's a story. But I thought it was really an interesting story. And for such a rural, remote area to say, we want to be able to use our water, so we're going to pipe it somewhere, that was really interesting.
Time for another question or two, and then we're going to take a break. Got somebody up front, somebody here. Take those two, and then we'll have time for a break.
Yeah, hi. I was just wondering if during your septic study with regards to the contaminated wells, if there was any, if you looked at the age of the septic system or whether it was permitted, if it had a valid permit, if it met code or
Right.
did not meet code, if that was part of what you looked at.
Yeah, what we did is the only dichotomy had was inspected, not inspected. And so we took a look at that, and there was no difference. We did not take a look at age. We just didn't slice or dice it that much. So we just had inspected by the county sanitarians or not inspected, and there was no difference there. One of the reasons, just so you understand why, because it's a great question, it's a great idea. Why don't you do that? Is because it's amazing that we only had 33 wells that were positive for human fecal waste, 33. And once you start to slice and dice things that way, your statistical power really diminishes. And so then when you don't find an association, you don't know whether it's because you lost statistical power or if there truly isn't one. So that's why we didn't do that. That's a good thought. These methods, by the way, someone else is going to talk about source tracking here. My lab does about 50 genetic targets, 50 different microbes. It's about $500 a sample, and it's very time consuming to collect those samples. So it's hard to get that number high. 138 samples from 131 wells is a high number for this sort of work.
My question is if you can speak to the issue of the high water in the Great Lakes and how is that affecting septic systems along the water?
Yeah, the Great Lakes itself, I don't know. I thought it was really interesting what was said about climate change in Florida and the rising water table. I showed you, for our statistical models, we had 2 monitoring wells in the county where we did this work. And so daily, hourly, we knew the groundwater levels. And so we could look at the association between groundwater level and septic systems. That actually turned out to be the most important variable. And that makes sense, right? If you know how a septic system works. So the higher the groundwater table, the less the distance between the drain field and the top of the groundwater, so less the distance for the microbes to travel. So that turns out to be really important. The thing is, the reason I show the septic system density, which is also important, is because if you wanted to, I'm not saying you should, but if you wanted to, you could have a policy about septic system density. But it's hard to have a policy about rising water level tables. I mean, it's hard to say, don't rise groundwater table. You could have a policy about where groundwater levels are already high, but that part of the county given that fracture system, the groundwater tables rise 10 feet, go down 20 feet, rise 5 feet. So it is a very important consideration. You want that, and people have already talked about that. You want that maximum distance from the bottom of the mound to the bottom of the drain field to the water table.
Our next presentation, so we've got one more presentation before we get into panels. So we'll do presentation now, then we'll have our first panel discussion, which will be exciting as well, and then we'll have lunch. So let's keep rolling. Our next presentation is on responding to old and failing septic systems in mid-Michigan, and this will build on what we've learned and discussed so far as it relates to both system design and failure and the impact of that failure. And here to present to us is John Baird. John is a senior consultant from Public Sector Consultants in Lansing, which is a nonpartisan public policy firm down there. He works in the firm's energy and environment team and specializes in natural resource and environmental issues, including water quality, land use, and watershed and resource management. Please welcome John Baird.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me okay? All right, I'll hold it. Is this better? All right, great. Good morning. I'm John Baird with Public Sector Consultants. As they said, we're a nonpartisan public policy research and consulting company that's Michigan focused, and I work on natural resource and water quality issues. And I was asked to come talk about some of our work that we've done in mid-Michigan, Clinton, Gratiot, and Montcalm counties, related to failing septic in that neck of the woods. But just a little bit of background here. So as we know, failing septic systems are identified as a source of pollution throughout Michigan, but information is often unavailable about the extent of the problem. With many of the communities that we work with, they know that it may be a problem, but just they don't know how bad or how much. And we work with them to answer some of those questions and then find solutions that are workable in their communities for how they may begin to approach those. And some of these data points have been talked about earlier in the day, but there's 1.3 million or more septic systems in Michigan. There's approximately 50% of all new home builds use a septic system. And Michigan is the only state without a comprehensive statewide septic ordinance, but as some of the other speakers noted, that doesn't mean that septic systems are unregulated. It's done at the local level. And the normal lifespan of a septic system is 20 to 30 years. So in mid-Michigan, we were approached by the Clinton, Gratiot, and Montcalm County Conservation Districts as they're working on watershed management plans in their community. And in each of those jurisdictions and in each of the watersheds in that region, they thought that they probably had a problem with septic systems, but they didn't know, how much or how bad. And so we worked with them to help understand those. So this is the region of the state that we're looking at. The green is the Maple River, the orange is the Pine River, and then the red is the Flat River. And these all fall under the jurisdiction of the Mid-Michigan District Health Department, a 3-county district health department. So when partners thought that they had a problem, what did they do in response? Well, first, they approached their health department and said, we're interested in working with you because you have the jurisdiction over septic regulations. So we want to make sure that you're a partner with us in this process as we're working to better understand, what the issues may be and how we can work together to fix those. And then from there, they embarked on years of data collection and scientific research where they, one, demonstrated that there are very high E. coli levels within the rivers in that region. It's not uncommon for the counts to be so high that it's unsafe to go swimming, boating, fishing, all the things that we talk about for fishable, swimmable waters. Then they also conducted source tracking to determine the causes. So one, we've established that there are high E. coli levels. And then two, like in our previous presentation, where is it coming from is the next question. So as the first scan, they worked with specially trained dogs that probably have the worst dog job in the world, right? You can be a bomb dog, a drug dog, and there's the sewage dogs, right? So these dogs are trained to give you a presence absence of whether there's human waste in the water. They don't tell you how much, they just say, is there human waste or not? And then they go off and do the DNA analysis to say, with more definitive science, how much and from where. And then with that, we went to engage the community. So some of the data for mid-Michigan, I pulled out the upper Maple River watershed with some stats, but what we found in this watershed is about the same story for the Flat River and the Pine River. So while we're focused on one watershed, the takeaway from this is the same for the other watersheds in that region. So 100% of the sites that were sampled exceeded the statewide levels for E. coli contamination at some point in the year. 80% of those identified as positive by the canines, by the dogs, as having the presence of human sewage. We use that to winnow where we focus the analysis to do the DNA analysis, which is much, much more expensive than bringing the dogs out, and found that about 100% of those sites tested positive for human DNA, and that in 73% of those samples, human DNA was a dominant marker, and in roughly a third of those samples, human DNA was the only marker. And so with this information, it drove the strategy. We confirmed that the primary cause of the problem is from people and not from other sources like livestock, cattle, pig, or natural background occurring things from waterfowl. So I wanted to just show a brief map. You may not be able to see it real well, but this is the Upper Maple River watershed. All those are the sites where the dogs did a test. All the red ones are where they tested positive, and the green ones are where they were negative for human waste in the water, human sewage in the water. And if you look closely, the green dots are all at the upper reaches of some of the very small tributaries. So as the water flows down further into the watershed, the contamination levels also increase. So we worked on the water quality side, but we also worked on the community side. And we did a survey of residents in that region that we knew would be on a septic system because they're out of the jurisdiction of, or the footprint of, a wastewater treatment plant. And we found the average length of residency is 26 years. So people stay in their houses. They don't buy and sell their houses all that frequently. 30% of the people that we knew to have a septic system said that they didn't have a septic system within the survey. Those self-identifying as having a septic system gave the average age of 28 years for how old these systems are. 25% of those folks said that they didn't pump or maintain on any regular basis, and only 15% of residents were able to give the right answer of how long will your septic system last. So some pretty startling figures from a public health perspective of community awareness of how important septic systems are and how they can work. So with this information, we then brought community leaders together through a series of community advisory group recommendations. Over a course of about 4 or 5 years, we went through 2 community groups, two sessions of community groups to look at these issues, review the data, and make recommendations for the community on how they want to respond. And we'll go through a few of these in a little bit more detail. The first recommendation was to improve the information management at the health department. When we started this, the local health department relied 100% on local paper records. So we couldn't get anywhere near the level of analysis that they talked about in the previous presentations. You know, everything was in a filing cabinet going back 30, 50 years. Focus on increasing the community awareness, the education and outreach here, developing financial support mechanisms. In this portion of the state, it's a predominantly rural and agricultural area, and there are a lot of folks of limited means. And at the end of the day, when you're looking at replacing a septic system, it's a cost that many people just have a hard time being able to address. So, the local group of community leaders said we need to bring some resources to bear if we want to help solve this problem. And then finally, look at the policy or the regulatory options that could be used. And we looked at two different approaches that were talked about briefly earlier, the time of sale model and then the operating permit model. So information management, the committee recommended that the health department up its IT game and develop a whole new IT platform and digitize all their historic records and integrate them into that new information platform. And so this has been maybe a 4 or 5 year process that the health department has been leading and will enable them to do some of the more rigorous analysis that was talked about in earlier presentations, and will serve as the basis for targeted outreach and education, where we can answer the question, does this property have a septic system? Where are areas of high density of very old septic systems that can go into really focused efforts to engage the community? When we look at the different policy options, in Michigan, we've had the conversation has focused on two alternative approaches. The time of sale ordinance approach, which some counties have adopted, and at the statewide level, there was discussion of the operating permit model. And so we looked at both of those and a few others, but the committee looked at the time of sale and said, you know, the good things about this approach is that the inspection occurs when the money is changing hands, and that this piggybacks on the inspections that frequently occur during a transaction. If I'm buying a home, I'm going to do my due diligence and want to know whether that septic system is working or not. So I'm probably already going to hire an inspector to come out and take a look at it, and that's one of the strengths of this. And furthermore, there's cash changing hands between the buyer and the seller. So, you know, if we do need to put in a new septic system, you know, we can negotiate on price, and maybe I can roll that into my mortgage, and there's ways that we can solve this problem. The downside of this in mid-Michigan in particularly was that not all homes sell that frequently. That's why we asked the question of the length of residency. So if you're in your home for 26 years, you're only going to interact with this program once a quarter century. You know, that may not solve the public health problem that they're facing in their community. You know, oftentimes intra-family transfers are not included in these programs. So in a rural area that's predominantly ag, you may have dad who turns the family farm over to his daughter to run the operation, and that would be excluded, and they would never look at that property again. And then after the sale, there's no mechanism to ensure that there's continued function after that point of sale inspection. From the health department perspective, they told us that it also creates an unpredictable frequency. So if the housing market is good, they're very busy. If the housing market is not that good, they're a little bit slow. So it's a little bit difficult for them to administer that and staff it. And some folks in the community suggested that this approach is arguably less equitable than others because you're only interacting with a subset of properties, only those that are selling. So folks who aren't selling their property never have to go through any sort of inspection. And so the alternative that we looked at was the discharge permit model. Under this approach, properties would receive a permit to discharge or operate their septic system and then be inspected on some periodic basis. The committee that we worked with recommended every 10 years. So once a decade, you would have to have an inspector come out to your property and show that it's still working the way that it should be working. The benefits of this approach is compared to the time of sale, it may, within a decade, identify all those failing septic systems. And it would address the public health concerns that we're facing probably a little bit faster. There's that mechanism to ensure that they're still working after they're installed, and some felt that this was arguably more equitable because everybody in the community is going to be involved and it hits everybody equally. The downsides of this approach here is that there's a larger administrative footprint. This is a bigger program than the time of sale model. It would require the health department probably to hire a handful of new people. It would pass on some additional costs to residents. As talked about earlier, there's concern about government coming onto local property. You know, that's an ever-present issue in rural Michigan. And then the added cost for residents, one, to complete the inspection, we were looking at maybe $300 to $500 for the inspection and permit fees. Plus, many residents may be faced with having to put in a new septic system at a range of $10,000 to $20,000. And again, at the end of the day, in a community with many folks of limited means, grandma who's living on a fixed income just doesn't have the financial resources to make that investment. And then compared to the time of sale approach, there's no money on the table. There's no financing available as part of your mortgage. So, our local advisory committee weighed these alternative approaches and ended up recommending the second approach, the discharge permit model that would require all properties within the community to get inspected once a decade. And so they made that recommendation. The health department then sought approval from the Board of Health and drafted ordinance language, and then sought approval from the Clinton, Gratiot, and Montcalm County Boards of Commissions. And they were ultimately unsuccessful in updating their local code with this approach. The folks in the local region decided that it was not a palatable policy that they could abide by. But the plus side, the positive that has come out of this is that the counties have agreed to fund a new staff person at the health department to support some of the septic management activities, doing more of those inspections, doing the targeted outreach to those homeowners where they can say with a high degree of certainty that they probably have a failing septic system. So some lessons learned here from looking at the different approaches and working within a community trying to solve these problems. A little bit of data goes a long way. When we first started doing this work about a decade ago, we didn't have any hard data on how bad is the water quality. Is it from people? Is it from cows? Is it from pigs? And the breadth of analysis that the community partners have done shifted the dialogue in the community from whether there is a problem to how are we going to solve this problem, which is a big step in that community. The data-driven strategies are more effective. Having those robust information management systems will enable the health department and other community partners to do some very effective outreach and education in the coming years. And then we would also encourage folks to really work with the community to develop solutions together where there are challenges with trying to address this problem, and the local solutions or statewide solutions, whichever level it may be, needs to be responsive to community desires and needs. And I'm going to skip ahead here a little bit. And so I know that there's also been a great deal of discussion about some of the septic regulations up here in this neck of the woods. And we did some desktop analysis using a method that we've done to provide some ballpark figures for how many septic systems may be present in Kalkaska County and how much pollution this may be creating. So nationally, the EPA estimates that about 10% of failing septics are probably failing. In other Michigan communities that have done inspection programs, they've found that up to 25% are failing. There's some complexity here because the definition of failure is squishy. You can have a very strict definition or a very loose definition. And some folks say that those communities that say there is a 25% failure rate are probably have a pretty strict definition of failure. So it could be a cracked lid, it could be a minor thing that doesn't really affect the function of the septic system. But using those as a high and a low end of a range, and using some data from the state and from the Census Department, we can estimate that there are about 1,000 to 2,700 failing septic systems in Kalkaska County. So then our next question then is, what does this mean? How much effluent, how much pollution is this creating? And if you look at average household size and average water use, this translates into enough effluent to cover about a 3/4 of an acre to 2 acres in a foot of sewage every day, half a square mile to a mile in a foot of sewage every year, 139 to almost 350 Olympic swimming pools every year, or enough sewage to cover the village of Kalkaska, and 1.7 to 4.2 inches of sewage every year. So my goal in providing this information is to help inform the discussion that is happening up here. I don't necessarily have a recommendation on which approach or how to go about solving the problem in the community, but there is some helpful information here that can help us understand the scope and extent of the problem. So.
All right, thank you, John. Let's thank you. Thank you very much. That was excellent. We're going to have to hold them, but we can try to come back to that. Well, that was great. Thank you, John. I'm holding off questions for now to really try to keep us moving on track. So I'm going to ask the panelists for the first panel to come on up. These are your chairs. We've got a couple of microphones here, and we're going to have Michael Vickery, the chair of Flow's Board of Directors, is going to come up, introduce the topic and introduce the panelists, and get things rolling for us. So we've built in some time for Q&A with the panelists, and we can also include questions for John in that as well. But let's get the panel up and let's get rolling. Mike, take it away.
Yeah. Very good. All right. Thank you. Thanks, Kelly. Is anybody using this? Kelly, is anybody using this? Is anybody using this? Okay, thanks. Got it. It's great to see everybody here. It's really gratifying to see so many people gather for such important. Yeah, real close. Thank you. Yeah, see so many people gather for such an important conversation.
Really close.
I'm hearing me. No, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Okay. So I think we could probably agree, based on what we've heard so far, that there's high agreement that there are challenges ahead with respect to protecting water. And we have, I think, heard some really great presentations of information, data that should get us all thinking. But we're going to shift gears now and go more toward the question of what are local communities trying to do at this moment to address these questions. So we've gathered together a panel of folks who can help start that conversation. The objective of this group, we were asked these folks to gather to try to introduce some of the programmatic approaches that are being tried in their local communities. And we have, I'm just going to briefly introduce them, if you would please, just if you'll raise your hand so people will associate a name and a face, and then I'm going to turn it over to them to do a brief presentation. And then we'll open it up to a dialogue with the audience. We have, excuse me, we have Eric Johnson here is from the environmental and health, he's the environmental health director from Benzie-Leelanau District Health Department. Eric, you're here, thank you very much. We have Seth Phillips from Kalkaska County Drain Commissioner, and we have Dr. Granada Tomasi. Did I say your name right? Granada. Okay, thank you. Program Director, the Tip of the Mitt Watershed Council. We have Matt Allen, who is the on-site program supervisor at Ottawa County Health Department. And we have Tony Morrison, who's a realtor and real estate agent with Real Estate One in Elk Rapids. So lots of different perspectives here. So the challenge here, the minutes to give us a sort of an overview or a take on what you're up to and what the communities that you serve and work with are involved in. I will then open up to questions and interaction with the audience, and we'll see where that leads us. So if we could, please begin with Eric. Would you like to kick us off? Thank you.
Well, thank you for having me here today. You can all hear me, I hope. So I wasn't exactly sure where we wanted to go with this, but I would like to tell you that at the health department, we have a multi-prong approach. It's not just one thing. It's not just the time of transfer, point of sale that everybody likes me to talk about and that sort of thing. But obviously that is a big one, and I'm sure there will be some questions on it, and I'm happy to answer those and kind of provide some more clarity as to how we do ours. But we also are in charge of the septage program in our counties, where we regulate those, the folks that pick up your sewage when they pump your tank and take it to the municipal treatment plant, and where they're doing that and that sort of thing. Obviously, that's a big issue if it leaks or has an accident or they're not doing things properly. In addition to that, we do beach water quality monitoring in conjunction with a local watershed group so that we can see if we have issues in our swimming beaches, typically at the public beaches. We also collaborate with community groups. So for instance, lake associations are big partners of ours, Flow, and groups like that can be helpful to us in our goal of making sure that we protect the public and the environment all at the same time. They have resources that we can't get, and they also have the manpower that we don't have. So it is great to communicate with them and work with them. They also have emerging technologies that they can use that we do not have, such as drones, infrared technology, qPCR testing through different groups, and I think we'll hear about that later, which is a really exciting technology or emerging science that can be used to pinpoint. Because in our industry, in our business, people, you flush the toilet and it goes away and it's a non-point source. People don't see it. So unless you scientifically point and say, yes, this is you, this is the evidence, they're gonna say, no, it's not me. So no matter what you do. So we fight that all the time. So with the community groups and the associations that have that technology, it helps us further our goal. We also are part of programs where we regulate drinking water. We have water testing at schools and businesses and those that serve 25 or more people. So they're constantly testing, which is a nice range across the counties. And that's happening throughout the state. We also are partnerships with all our other local Northern Michigan environmental health directors, which is huge because if you read kind of the article here, sewage and the issues related to it and water do not just stay within our borders. It crosses jurisdictions quite a bit. So that we can all work together, the environmental health directors from all the way up by us in Benzie-Leelanau, which is the Pinky, all the way down to Bay. So it's a nice wide group. It also gives us a little more voice down in Lansing to try to get some environmental concerns addressed. Septic Smart Week promotion, that is an emphasis through the state and the EPA to educate people about septic systems. I've saw numerous slides and evidence that people just are unaware, and I can tell you as a fact that 30% is probably low as far as the people that don't know they have a septic system. Because we have that evaluation program, we go to homes and they go, I have no idea where it's at. I hope you do. Or, we have a septic system? Yes, you do. Or what is a septic system? So part of the Septic Smart is to educate people that they actually have to pump their septic systems, and also that it's important they know they have it and how they work. And through our point of sale and time of transfer and Article 9, you have a chance to educate people. And it's great. And then, again, we are kind of coming out of the Stone Ages in our industry. All of our records up until about June of 1997 were paper. So we're missing everything from 1965 through to that point. It's there, but to count, it's miserable. And to get the evidence, again, the statistics you need, we have to come up to date. And fortunately, we are doing that with our Leelanau County partners. The commissioners there gave us some money to do that sort of thing. So we're digitizing records and have some document management software and some other things that we can now allow this information out to the public to manipulate and use and see what the statistics are. Huge. It's just huge. And lastly, we work with community partners for those that don't have enough funds to update a system. Community Connections has been huge for that. So not only are we going there to tell people that you have to update a system because it's doing this or this reason, but we can also give them an outlet to find funds to do that. So that's things we're doing at the health department to help control the local risks from septic systems.
Thank you, Eric. That's terrific. It's a great start. Good illustration of the importance of information that we just heard in the previous speaker. And program in Benzie, trying to put that to use. Now, Seth, I'd like to hear what you could tell us about the comparisons and relationships between what's going on in Kalkaska and what's going on out in Benzie, for example.
Well, thank you. Yeah, my story is a little different tack than you've been hearing so far. It's a little more about the citizen activism, patience, and persistence in trying to deal with the local controversy about regulating septic systems. I was happy to drive through Kalkaska this morning and not see the village under 2 inches of sewage, but I'm a little worried about when I go home tonight, so we'll see what happens. I live on Manistee Lake in Kalkaska County. It's an 860-acre lake about 10 miles northeast of the village of Kalkaska, so hopefully the sewage flow won't make it as far as we are. And yeah, for most people, I have to explain there is another Manistee Lake than the other one. For many years, the Manistee Lake Association and the Manistee Lake Improvement Board have been very involved in monitoring many lake quality and lake management issues, including sampling for E. coli levels. And other than a rare spike in levels near our local township park that's been resolved by replacing the old leaky vault toilets, the levels have remained fairly low, and we want to keep it that way. So we all became involved in looking at ways to address the many unregulated septic systems that abut all the waterways in our county, and indeed throughout Michigan, as you've been hearing. Working with our local townships in 2007, we urged our County Board of Commissioners to join the effort that was then underway in Manistee County, part of our 10-county health district, and that 10-county thing is important to this discussion, to amend the district health code to implement a program to regulate septic systems. We couldn't muster enough support to have a comprehensive program, but there was support to implement the so-called point of sale program, and we wholeheartedly supported that as a good place to start. We saw it as a foot in the door, not the end of the line. All 10 counties in the district had to approve the addition to the health code, which they did, and in 2009 that program went into effect. The program requires any property in Kalkaska County to complete an inspection on the site on the on-site septic and water supply system before it can be sold. The health department in our county has approved a number of private inspection contractors who conduct these inspections, and the homeowners pay for them. An inspection report and review fee then gets submitted to the health department for review and approval. The program defines 5 categories of inspection results, from complies with the health code to failure, with several different risk levels in between based on the significance of the problems that get identified. Unfortunately, the code is written fairly narrowly so that only failures as defined fail to pass inspection. You heard mention earlier about some places failure is very narrowly defined, and that's the case for us. All other shortcomings identified in inspection pass inspection, but the home buyer and home seller have those issues identified to them, which is still a positive thing. There are a number of exemptions to the program. John talked about some of those common ones, such as transfers within families, transfers due to foreclosures, or properties that have had their system pumped within the last 2 years, among many others. And of course, most existing septic systems are not subject to inspection since they aren't for sale. So there's a big gap. Nevertheless, the inspection program accomplishes a lot, contrary to the beliefs of my County Board of Commissioners. Over the decade it's been in place, inspections have identified issues in septic systems at over 80% of the properties inspected. Now, while few of these involve failures as narrowly defined, many of the issues are significant, and unwitting home buyers need to know that the home they want to buy may require costly upgrades or repairs to the septic system down the line. In some cases, buyers were forewarned about old grandfathered septic systems that did no treatment at all, such as a house that had a rusted out buried 55-gallon drum as their septic tank, or the other one that had a hand-built block tank with no cover that discharged into a dry well 2 feet above the groundwater, 50 feet away from the lakeshore. At a lot of old rural properties, these sort of jury-rig systems, unfortunately, are very common. And there's no records for most of them. In 2018, a couple of local realtors, complained to our county commission about the program. Tony was not one of those. asking that the program be ended. They said the process was expensive, sometimes delayed closings, and that it wasn't achieving anything of value. Some realtors don't like having to be the septic police, and I get that. And I suspect they don't like the surprises that sometimes turn up that can impact sales. From our investigation of time frame for properties listed for sale and when the inspections occurred, it's clear that inspection delays to closings mostly result when realtors delay having the inspections performed until there's a firm offer on the table rather than when the listing first occurs. We have neighbors who recently sold their homes who told us that despite their request to have the inspections done early, their realtors made them wait. This only serves to undermine the effectiveness of the program and, I believe, was part of a conscious strategy to reinforce their negative messages meant to support repeal of the program. So, to the meat of it, last year, with no notice to anybody, our county board began the process to end our county's participation in the septic inspection program. This process is complicated because of the 10-county health district. The law requires approval by the district health board and then the county commissions of all 10 member counties. Once we became aware of this effort through social media, our Lake Association website, email, word of mouth, we mobilized the community in opposition to this change. Most of the lake associations in Kalkaska County, as well as many other organizations such as FLOW, Clean Water Action, the Michigan Environmental Council, the Watershed Center of Grand Traverse Bay, the County Conservation District, Tip of the Mitt Watershed Council, the Sierra Club, the Grand Traverse Regional Land Conservancy, the Michigan Resource Stewards, the Osabo Institute, and more, have written or testified to our county board and to the district health board against ending the program. In addition, many local citizens, some of whom are in this room today, and some of whom I'm meeting for the first time, and many townships have also expressed their disagreement to the county board and urged the board to work with us to fix the issues with the program for everyone's benefit.
Seth, that's probably a good point. Soccer rules apply. He's been red carded. We have to come back to some of those implications in the Q&A. So, thank you very much. That's my job. I'm the referee enforcer here. That's right. It's coming. Third presentation, Granetta Thomas is working with the Tip of the Mitt Watershed Council and has a lot of background history in studying alternatives to the plans and proposals we've heard so far. So Granetta is going to tell us a little bit about her work and its relationship to local community work.
Hello. Hello?
You have to get close.
Hello. It's great to be here. I really appreciate the invitation to participate. I'm going to talk a bit about the research we've done at Tip of the Mitt Watershed Council regarding septic system policy and oversight, including what we found in other states. You've heard several times today that Michigan's the only state without a statewide code. We learned that in the absence of a statewide code, we have in Michigan local septic codes created by district health departments in conjunction with county governments. And local health departments set policies for the way new septic systems are sited, designed, and installed. These local policies take local conditions into account. For us, this was not a problem. For us, the problem is most on-site septic systems in the state are not legally required to ever be inspected again once the new one is installed. Because there's no requirement for additional inspections, many aging systems haven't been replaced or they're going uninspected and unmaintained and are thus in danger of failing. And considering that the systems have a lifespan of 25 to 30 years, older systems in use may have already failed or could be on the verge of failing soon. What other machinery or technical appliance or utility can you think of in our homes that works perfectly every time and never needs inspected or repaired or maintained over a 25 to 30 year period? We don't think it's a good idea to allow these systems to go uninspected, so we looked at what solutions existed elsewhere in the nation. I did this, Scott and I partnered to create a a project called the Septic Question Project, and we have 4 versions of this report related to the 4-county service area that Tip of the Mitt has. But if you go to watershedcouncil.org, and at the top there's a Hot Topics tab, and if you hit that and just go down to septic systems, you'll see the Septic Question page on our website. And you can, what we did was we went to other states to find out what they're doing, and we highlighted time and transfer programs that were working already in Michigan. And then we went to other states to find out about mandatory pumping ordinances, and then other states that required mandatory inspections. So that report has a lot of information, and we have, I'm going to give you some information about several states there. But I also want you to know that I've created a white paper that I've shared with the legislature and other groups, and it basically dives deeply into what other state programs do, and then there's a follow-up white paper on how all those programs are funded in other states. And those states for those white papers that we covered were Connecticut, Iowa, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. But today, I'm going to give you examples of ordinances from the following states: Virginia, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Oregon. These states all provide statewide codes that authorize local action and provides guidance to local jurisdictions. So first, let's look at Virginia. In Fairfax County, Virginia, it's a suburb of Washington, D.C., near the Chesapeake Bay, and it requires mandatory pumping. The state requires mandatory pumping programs. The individual sewage disposal code of Fairfax County requires a pump out of the septic tank once every 5 years. Oh, and let me say, we chose the places that we highlight in this report all have important water resources like the Chesapeake Bay, and they have high tourism, so that we could look at areas that are similar to northern Michigan with beautiful water resources and high tourism. So Fairfax County was one of those. They require a pump out of the septic tank once every 5 years. The code is administered by the state, but the local health departments are responsible for implementing and enforcing it. The county charges $200 for an evaluation. They hold seminars with real estate agencies to educate them, and also homeowner association presentations, and they send out reminder notices. They've never taken anybody to court, but they could. The first step is a reminder notice, then a second notice goes out, and by that point, compliance usually happens. They've never had to go further because they have a very high compliance rate. And basically, small problems are being fixed before they become big problems. In Pennsylvania, let's shift to Franklin Township,
Granada, we're going to run out of time, so you won't be able to get through all of them.
Okay.
So, right.
Which is 10 miles east of the Gettysburg Civil War battlefield. And they have a similar pump out inspection program, but it's once every 3 years. In Oregon, we looked at Dune City, Oregon, and they have, in Oregon, rather than a mandatory pumping requirement, they have a mandatory inspection requirement. And so they, in Dune City, they require this every 5 years. And the initial inspection has a very detailed requirement of pumping the tank, mapping the system, you know, a bunch of details. And within 5 years, you have to do a report, and you have to repair anything that's violated within 90 days, and it costs usually between $250 and $50 of that goes to the city for administrative costs. And the last example is Rhode Island, on New Shoreham, Rhode Island, which is on the Block Island, which is in Block Island on the Block Island Sound. And it's a very popular tourist destination. They require inspections once every 3 years. The homeowners are notified of due inspections in writing. They have 30 days to schedule the inspection. And it also requires a public education, a robust public education program. So more details are available in our septic question report. And if you're interested in seeing those white papers that I told you about, that I've shared with the legislature on funding solutions and also details of other programs, just let me know and I'll share those with you. Thank you.
Much easier to figure out what to do when you have some examples and illustrations ahead of you. And I refer you to the terrific work on the Tip of the Mitt website on this thing. Next, I'm sorry?
Watershedcouncil.org. Watershed Council, all one word.
Thank you. Matt Allen is on-site the supervisor in Ottawa County Department of Health, Public Health. So another example and illustration of how county's trying to deal with this.
I'll go pretty quick here, but my name is Matt. I've been with Ottawa County for about 10 years. If we weren't the first county that had a time of sale or transfer ordinance, we were one of the first. 1984, Ottawa County passed a time of sale transfer ordinance at the request of realtors. At that time, because of different things that had happened, they came and approached the health department, and that became a part of the sanitary code, that it is required anytime a dwelling, business, or residential transfers ownership. So if it transfers within a family, it still applies. If it transfers out of a family, it still applies. Initially, that program was founded as a buyer's information program. As several environmental health people have talked about, how things were viewed has evolved and changed dramatically in the last 30 years. So in 1984 through 2006, there was a report that went out, and it could say that the system was not acceptable. There was surfacing sewage. There were no corrections that were necessarily required at that time. 2008, we had our first big policy change that required corrections for a certain, probably 3 or 4 different items. That evolved in 2012 and then again in 2016. The program's not made to bring things up to code. It's made to determine if there's a public or environmental health hazard that exists. If there is, then there's a correction order that's issued, there's correction that's required. We do have a lot of support. We have several local realtor work groups that we meet with once or twice a year, and we update them on code, possibility changes that are coming. They work with us. 2014, they had concerns about turnaround time. That's right as the economy started to come back. And we worked with them. We actually were able to hire 2 new positions, and we just hired a 3rd position about 1.5 years ago. We do all of our stuff within a 10 business day turnaround time for septic permits on the permitting side, and then also on our real estate program. We do just real estate inspections. We do about 1,300 a year. We have a staff of 3 that work specifically on those, and that is well in septic real estate evaluations. Our 10-day turnaround time was based on feedback from realtors, what they wanted to see, what they needed to see. We went before our Board of Commissioners. If just the health department goes before the Board of Commissioners, it may or may not be successful. If you have work group and stakeholders that you've worked with and built a relationship with, and they're there to show that they support it and they're the ones that it affects, it passed unanimously to raise our fees about $150 to be able to hire the extra staff and meet that 10-day turnaround time. We are blessed with great administrative support. You heard a story, or part of a story, where they may not have had that. There's other counties that have lost time of sale programs this year because they didn't have administrative support at the highest levels of the county. In Ottawa County, we are blessed. We have a very good relationship with them. We go before their various committees a couple times a year and provide updates. And we have realtors that are on that work group, and that are 4 realtors are on our Board of Commissioners. So we have a pretty good working relationship with them as well, although that did cause some angst at times. What we really try to do with that program is community education. We take that opportunity to educate the buyers at the time of purchase that they do have a septic system, what that means, things that they can do to prolong that, how that system works best, and just provide that public education of what's important for that. And we get along pretty well with the community, but we've never had anybody welcome us to their property. So there's not going to be no matter what route you're looking at, there's not going to be somebody that says, "I'm so glad you're here." You know, we're not from the government. I mean, we are from the government. We're here to help, but those words are not well received generally. So that's our program in a nutshell. Our failure rate for septics is closer to that 10% number. overall, we're probably around 20 to 22%, but that includes wells as well. So when we sample a well, we get a positive bacteria. That's counted in that number as well. That's a chlorination, and then maybe some further evaluation and a resample. So, but our septic numbers are on that 10%. I don't know if that's a function of us having had a real estate program for 30 plus years. Some of it could be. It's only really been enforced in the last 10 or 12 prior to that. But I know it boosts home values. The realtors are very appreciative of it. High water levels have caused some issues with us because we do have a lot of lakefront property. And it's causing us to have to look at how we do one. We have several that are right on the Grand River that are, $1.2 million properties. One of them had a septic system put in about 5 years ago, and now that's in the water table. That property just sold again, and we're doing some extra work with that one on how we're going to handle it. But thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Matt. Excellent handoff to Tony Morrison, who works with the real estate, is a real estate agent in Elk Rapids, and is involved in these relationships from the seller side. So.
Right. So yeah, I'm Tony Morrison, and just wanted to say for the record this morning, I do serve the real estate community with a seat on the board of directors for the Traverse Area Association of Realtors. However, I am here today to talk about my real estate business and to share with you my opinions and experiences as they relate to the point of sale. I would also like to say that our local realtor community has been and continues to be an advocate for healthy septic systems, water quality, and property rights. At least 15 years ago, TAR's Traverse Area Association of Realtors, has created a septic disclosure. It was a voluntary form for sellers to complete along with their seller's disclosure. It was a good tool for the members to create awareness to buyers and sellers about the responsibilities of the septic systems. We also provided a septic management brochure that was published by the Michigan State Extension Program, so a lot of awareness there. I've heard from some government officials saying that realtors appear to be the primary organized opposition to point-of-sale programs. Well, there might be independent real estate practitioners that are opposed. The local organization has made no formal statement of endorsing or opposing the point-of-sale ordinance. The Traverse Area, as service to the members, and again, more awareness, we have a site on our members' web page that allows a nice flow of information. So to local resources, townships, and counties. So when Milton Township implemented their point of sale transfer back in 2012, Chris, is that right? It did seem that there was a lot of pushback initially from the real estate community. However, the point of sale ordinance has become part of a transaction process. To speak about my own personal experiences, I find that it's easiest to discuss the septic requirements during my initial discussions with buyers and sellers. When I first meet to list property, I'll ask the homeowner, when was the last time your septic was pumped? And then I'll explain the obligations under the ordinance if there is one. Even if there's no township or county mandate at point of sale, I explain the importance of the proper maintenance of their system. Buyers don't want to inherit a full tank. So when I'm working with buyers specifically, and it's disclosed by a seller that their septic has not been pumped over a number of years, I'll put the following language in the purchase agreement, so it's very clear. Seller shall, at seller's expense, have the septic pumped if it is deemed recommended by the home inspector, and provide evidence of such to the buyer prior to closing. Okay, wait for it. I call it that, my take your crap with you clause. Yeah, right. Let's see. Where a point of sale is required, most health department reports come back with a clean bill of health. That's been my experience. Some systems report an undersized system or recommendations for upgrades like risers or new caps for wells. Very few say that the system will have future restrictions on building additions due to lack of expansion, drain field space, and even fewer report a failed system. And I think that really speaks to the very small part of what a point of sale offers, or we're not covering enough. This isn't the solution. So with that being said, I think, in my opinion, the local government imposes inspection definitely brings awareness, but I don't think it's the long-term solution. Local POSs, I think, is not the right vehicle to solving the problem. I think we need to move the discussion to a statewide septic program, a discussion with common definitions, common disclosures, mandated inspections and disclosures that would apply and create a statewide database. There are millions of homes that remain uninspected. That seems to be a common theory or thread today. Point of sale covers a tiny fraction of the larger effort to preserve our water quality and the environmental health of our state. So, thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you very much. Well, we didn't begin on time in this panel, but we didn't lose any time either. But we are going to, if we could, be mindful of the fact that the only thing standing between you and lunch is us. We're going to take just a minute to make sure that we have an opportunity for people who have burning questions for this panel to ask them now and to keep the conversation going just for a minute more. So we've got microphones for the audience, correct? Yep. All right. All right. All right.
We're going to do some sharing with the microphones.
Right.
So go two in the crowd and then pass this.
We have a couple hands up right here and over here, and three over there, two over there. Oh, well.
Hi. Do you guys believe that it would be better if Michigan went to a state uniform for their septic, or would it be better if they stuck with their locally owned sort of planning and everything like that?
I'll start. We think that it's a good idea to have mandatory minimum requirements, but we're definitely supportive of local health departments creating rules and regulations for, as we said earlier, siting, design, installation, these types of things with local conditions in mind. We think that's really important. But a statewide requirement, is what we would look for from Lansing, and we think is a good idea. We would like to see the state require mandatory inspections on a periodic basis. We think that that's really the only way to go. I mean, the point of sale is great. It's a great first step, but it skips some other properties, and mandatory pumping ordinances aren't always appropriate. We have resort communities up here who don't use their homes year-round, so sometimes you can pump too often, and that's not a good thing either. That's why we think a mandatory inspection regime makes the most sense, because then homeowners only have to do what applies to them and their situation.
I don't want to speak for all environmental health departments, but on its face, people see the statewide code and they think, oh, that's great. I know from our perspective, there are a ton of issues that come with that related to funding, manpower. We have approximately 80,000 parcels that have septic systems. If we're going to have a state database or a state mandatory time inspection, we're going to have to organize 80,000 parcel files and sort those out. That's going to be, depending on what your time frame is, 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, that's 8,000 inspections a year. We're going to have to increase our staff 5 times, 6 times. Is that going to be funded through Lansing, through higher tax costs? Is that going to be funded at the county level? A lot of different problems with that. What if we go through 9 and 10, 11, 2009, 10, 11, we have those lean years, and we go to somebody's house and their septic system meets that failing definition and they don't have the money to fix it. we condemn them and kick them out. What do? Right? There are a ton of concerns that come with that. My advice would be to, if that's something you're supportive of as groups and organizations, to contact your local environmental health folks and talk to them and get their take on it. The other thing is, local environmental health wasn't necessarily at the table for a lot of these things in this most recent statewide code version. We're the experts. We're the ones that go there, that are on the ground, that have to deal with these. It's not a silver bullet. It's not a cure-all. People think it's going to be, but there are many problems that are going to arise with that, and we don't even know half of them at this point.
Respond. But there are 49 other states that somehow managed to make this happen. And when we did our interviews in our report here, we asked everybody the same 6 questions. And one thing that we found out was that there are software programs that organize these things really easily, even with big counties, big cities. There are software programs that exist. Carmody was one that came up often. And you know, these other states have there are ways to fund low-income homeowners, and there are solutions. There are funding solutions out there. So I just encourage anybody in Michigan to just not think about Michigan and what's always been done here, but take a look at some of these other examples. How do all the other states somehow manage to fund and run programs? That's all I'm saying.
I just wanted Seth to finish his story.
I'll try to give you the short, quick summary version of it. Since January, all of the people and groups that I talked about have been attending county board meetings. We've been networking very closely, email and websites and all that kind of, Facebook and all that kind of stuff. Been petitioning our county board to not abolish the program. We proposed to them early on, and we still keep proposing, putting together a stakeholder group to try to hash out the issues that exist in the program to make it more effective. Our county board has rejected all of that input, rejected that suggestion, and moved forward with their efforts to get rid of the program. The health board approved it as required, and it went its way through all the counties. All of the counties' boards had to approve it for it to happen, and all of them did save one, our heroes, our friends in Manistee County, who we also went and talked to, and who received the water that we flushed down their way, saw the wisdom of maintaining this program, which they also have, and they voted against our county board being able to abolish the program, which means the program remains in place. Our county board, as you might expect, is not too happy with that outcome, and they are continuing to look at opportunities to try to undo what happened in Manistee County. I'm not sure they have any, but they're continuing to look. We had hoped this would be an opportunity to move forward creatively. Went back to them again saying, let's put together this group and fix it since it's not going away. They have soundly rejected that. They're too busy being angry and wanting to get rid of the program. All of that argues to me to this other question, and I'll stop, that the patchwork approach to trying to address this at the local level is not going to be effective. Local units need to be part of this, but there needs to be a baseline that's established statewide that we could put in. All of the issues you raise are real, and we know we need to figure out how to address those. And there needs to be some flexibility for the differences in communities. But there's too much of Michigan that's being polluted by septic systems that are ignored today. The point of sale programs exist in very few places, and they only address a few systems. The only fix to this is state legislation that at least creates a baseline that we can all build from to make sure all these systems get looked at some time.
My question is for Matt Allen. It relates to the You said you've had your ordinance since '84. Do you have any data on what percentage of septic systems in your community you've touched in that time?
We don't. I can talk to you anecdotally. Very rarely do we have a parcel file that comes through that doesn't have any information on that. So it's been on for 30 years. I would venture to say probably 75% would be my guess if I had to have a rough guess of that in terms of what we've done.
Is it still on? So we've had the program since 1990, and I do have some numbers. I couldn't tell you exact, the total number, but on average, we'll do between 300 to 400 evaluations a year in Benzie County. And so if you figure that all out, we have about 20,000 records, files in our Benzie County office. So you can do the math from there. So, and on that note, when we first started in 1990, I don't have those records again because they're all antiquated in paper. But when we started tracking by computer in 2008, 2007, the non-compliance or out of compliance or didn't significantly comply with our code, that rate was right around 8.5%. Now, since we've been doing it all this time, we're down to 3.5% for the ones that we go out and see. So, and I know I've done studies in a very local lake association once, and we hit, for all the homes on that lake, 88% at that time. And since then, we've got the two out of the three that weren't updated that made it 88%. So we're up over 90 on that.
Yeah, thanks. Question that I hear often is, how do we know that all these inspections have any effect on human health or the environment? Does anybody yet have data from before inspections were started to current time that inspections are being done, that any of these effects have been decreased?
So I don't know about data from beforehand because I was only 8, but and records were pretty sparse through then. But we actually had a PhD gentleman on our staff from 2011, 2012, 2013. He did a lot of the work with the dogs in Ottawa County and a lot of the sampling of the Grand River, which runs through Ottawa County and discharges out in Grand Haven. Most of it, well, a lot of it was done to kind of see what kind of downstream effect we have from wastewater treatment plants, combined sewer overflows, things like that from the city of Grand Rapids. But they did a lot. They were one of the first ones in the area. We worked with Hope College and then with a college in Indiana, I believe. And a lot of samples were sent out. And human-specific markers were very, very low. There were always more livestock markers, fowl markers. Human markers were very, very low in all of those. I don't have any data from a lot of the tributaries and things like that, but most of our information indicates that it's much more agricultural concern than it is a human issue.
In 1990, we do not have any data from prior to that. What I can tell you with my own eyes and what I've seen throughout my 25 years is that I've had steel septic tanks 12 feet from a creek in the groundwater that were discharging into a dry well right next to a creek. Local watershed groups, and that's why we work with them so much and why I encourage those groups, had tested the creek that this was by and then the water body that it dumped into. And the bacteria levels were good until they got to this home, and then they were elevated. And unfortunately, this is where a boat launch is downstream and a swimming area. So that's seen it. I've seen evidence of steel septic tanks collapsing in water tables. I've pulled them dry wells or had dry wells removed when they were literally 10 feet from the beach that they were swimming on. So I don't have the empirical data for Benzie County, but I can tell you we've made improvements there, great improvements, and I know neighbors, when we get complaints about algae growth, and I know my neighbor's septic system is contaminated because I can see it start to grow on the rocks by outside their home. We investigate, we have it updated, and that's gone. So I know it's there. Benzie County is too late for us to get that data, but I've encouraged up in Leelanau where the county is not doing a well and septic evaluation program, but the local townships are beginning. So I've encouraged any of those local townships to take just kind of baseline samples of the watershed so that when their program starts to really take off, they will have that data and they can point to it. So, and on that note, Leelanau County has a few townships, Glen Arbor and the such, and they have failure rates or non-compliance rates, I should say, of roughly 20%, roughly. It's a little more difficult terrain and environment and soils and water table and that sort of thing, but they're at the beginning stage and that's expected. And it's as we go forward, we'd expect those to drop and the water quality to improve.
If I could just add one thought to that. One of the things that we'd found in our program, while it still was in place, I guess it still is, was that there was an increase reported, at least through the health department, of a lot of homeowners who were addressing their own systems, knowing that they might be subject to inspections later. This was a big positive improvement, I think, for us. And I can't demonstrate any kind of straight line, linear connection to public health, but it's stimulating better actions by people beyond just the point of sale program. And that's got to be a positive thing for public health and our environment.
When we did our research report, we tried to answer questions about how old are existing systems in the 4 counties that we worked in. And so we couldn't get digital data. Everybody still had, everything on paper. And this is one reason that we argue in the report that we would like to see some statewide oversight, because there should be a statewide database created to start following and tracking, when these systems are installed, have they been inspected, have problems been corrected, and is it time for a new one? So, having a statewide database, has been mentioned in many, many presentations, and it would be really relevant and valid to folks.
Well, can we give a round of applause for the presenters in this panel, please? As we make the round toward lunch and then back into the room for the follow-up, just a couple of observations from my point of view. One is that one thing we have learned this morning is that data matters, information is important, and that we A, need it, and B, we need to figure out how to use it in order to do something about a problem that if we do nothing is probably not going to get better. And one thing we do know about the data we do have is there is risk and impact of septic systems on groundwater and water and public health. Unfortunately, we have to work, this is my real takeaway, we have to, in order to address this problem, have to work in this very difficult, charged, uncomfortable space between private interest, private property, public health, and public interest. I wish we didn't have to work in that space because it's just damned hard. But that's the space we're in. And that's why we're thrilled that so many of you are here from all of those perspectives and within those spaces. And I couldn't be happier and more grateful for the participation and contribution of this first panel and the speakers up to this point. So that's my takeaway.
First up, we're welcoming Rob Karner, a watershed biologist from the Glen Lakes Association up here in Leelanau County. Since 2004, Rob Karner has been serving as the watershed biologist for the Glen Lake Association, and he directs all water quality activities and projects within the watershed, including monitoring environmental policy for local townships, and he also serves as the chair of Leelanau Clean Water. Rob Karner is one of a team of researchers working to identify the impacts of old and failing septic systems on the lakes of Leelanau County. He will describe the use of scientific tracking to identify traces of bacteria in nearshore areas and recent sampling results. So Rob will start us off with the tracking, and then Joel will take us further with some mapping and outreach. So that's the tandem for the lunchtime. So please welcome Rob Karner.
So it was a pleasure to speak today about septic, but when I was told I'm going to be speaking during lunch about septic, I thought, why not Eric? Why not Seth or Granetta or Matt or Tony? What is it that I have that can allow me to speak to you and not lose your appetite? Thank you. I'm not sure I'm the right person to be speaking about this because there's people in this room that are far more educated and experienced and knowledgeable. So I'm going to give you a view of it from the Lake Association's perspective. How about that? Is that going to be all right? All right. You know, we used to have tools for tracking sort of what I call polluted waters. And we used the coliform test, and we would do total coliform. And we would say, yeah, when we got a big rain event and we went to our inlets and we sampled the brown water coming into Glen Lake, we knew we had a positive sample. And how bad it was a function of the number of colonies per sample. But then we sort of upped our game. And I think of it like this. How many of you have ever had an x-ray where you see a picture of your bones, right? Well, that's kind of still in vogue, and we use that technology, but then emerging technologies came forward, like MRIs, CAT scans, PET scans, and it allowed for a better resolution of what it is that we needed to see so that we could make good decisions about what we were looking at. What I want to talk to you today about is this higher resolution of looking at bacterial contamination in our water. And I want to talk about how things can be looked at from a temporal perspective. In other words, sampling with some forward thinking about when do we pull a grab sample and bring it, not a grab sample, but a filtered sample into the lab. So we'll talk about that. And then where do we take our samples in a spatial sense? And then finally, how are we going to raise the money to do these kinds of enteric studies? Because they cost money, and right now the technology is new enough that the price per sample is costly, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. So first of all, the temporal factors. We did a study in conjunction with Freshwater Solutions, and the guys in the room right now. Ron, raise your hand. This is Ron Rymick. We worked with Freshwater Solutions in his connection with the University of Alberta and Dr. Patrick Hannington from the Public Health Department. And what we tried to do was come up with a way to say, can we, on a surface water basis, look for enterics and actually get a quantifiable number and have it mean anything? And then once we know the information, what do we do with the information? So we looked at the midsummer as a way to kind of say, all right, 4th of July, around these parts of the neighborhood, the septics are fully charged. We got, who was it? I think it was Eric Johnson said 7 rooms and 25 people on a rental. And I'll tell you, the septic systems really need to be charged for this sampling system to kind of bring to light what's going on. We also want to look at the peak season for short-term rentals, which typically is in the summer. And we like to think about rain events. And when I think of a rain event for this enteric study, we wanted to think of at least 1.5 inches of water in a short window of time. And then we want to think about establishing a baseline. So we've never done a study like this prior to 2018. Let me just give you a quick look at Big Glen and part of Little Glen. Each one of these push pins are color-coded. I think of it as kind of a heat map. So if you look at the green pins, these are places where we took samples given considerations for going down the shoreline X number of feet and filtering out a sample, marking it, labeling it, and we took over 150 samples.
and the green pins indicate a non-detect for enterics. The yellow is a place where we found enterics, but at a moderate level. And then the red pins were the places where we found what we would call hot spots. Everybody with me on this so far? All right, so then we look at spatial factors, like what is the age of the septic system as it correlates to one of those pins? And how does that map out with the parcel data that we have in our Google Earth, in our KMZ files? What's the topography look like in the places where we found positives or versus the flatlands? How does that relate? Or how about the density of the houses? Like for an example, we have some keyholing, but not a lot on Glen Lake, where you have multiple places on a lot that's not very wide versus some places where generally on Glen Lake we have a house every 100 feet. And then we look at stormwater discharge, which we don't really have on Glen Lake. Fortunately, we don't have any municipalities like you would have where you'd have water falling in from streets and curbs and into our lake. But we do have some places like road ends where we have some water discharge. And so what's going with that on that basis in terms of the spatial factors? So I went to Trish Denton, who's one of my colleagues for Glen Lake Association, and she went to the equalization department, and Rob Herman, I don't know if he's here or not, but we asked for a map by parcel, a heat map, showing which properties around our lake have antiquated systems, indicated by the colors red. And we found out that there's a fair number of them. And then the other color codings up to green, that would be the newest of our systems. And that suggests that maybe if we're going to do some sampling in the future after we created our 2018 baseline, that maybe we want to focus on some of these antiquated systems that are close to the water's edge, because that likely will give us quantifiable numbers that we can then analyze. Other spatial factors included cladophora studies in the past. We've generated maps, and we showed where cladophora was growing, and then we try to correlate that with our base map of 2019 to see if there's any correlation between where cladophora was growing and where we got a spike in our enteric values. We also wanted to consider community septic systems, which we don't have a lot of, but this is a case where you have multiple riparians in a row that collect their septic and pump it far away from the lake. Is that really working? So to do enterics there to kind of evaluate the community septic systems. We also wanted to look at where the water comes into our lake, the inlets, and then also if you look at a combination with topography, where are the groundwater recharges the strongest? Because we know that when the groundwater recharges fast and furious, especially after rain events, it's a good place to go collect. So this is a soils map, which is another consideration spatially. And what you find around our shorelines is predominantly Kalkaska sand. So we have well-drained soils, but we also have places in our watershed where we don't have well-drained soils. Sometimes a narrow ribbon of wetland soils that don't really drain well. And typically where we see that, we find holding tanks. So the question would then be, how good is the soil ramifications with what the enteric studies values look like, and to somehow come up with a correlation. And this is kind of a blown up view of the soils maps that we can use, showing the various classifications of soils. And when we look at a place that might have some soils that are problematic, then maybe that's a place where we concentrate our sampling so that we make sure that we know what's going on with what I'll call the muck soils or the wetland soils. So for an example, here on Brooks Lake, which is a small lake on the east shore of Big Glen, it has two canals on the north and the south end. And what we found to be best for controlling enterics here was to get a community septic system. So there's approximately 1,000 feet of shoreline in line with Brooks Lake. All those people decided to get a community system where they collect all their septic effluents and wastewater, and they actually collect it, and we have a pipeline that goes underneath Brooks Lake goes over the highway and into this corner of the land here that's used as a drain field, far away from the lake. And what we found was that the cladophorus that we used to find there are gone. And the enteric studies didn't show up as being problematic. And so we know we can fix pollution in our lake by doing these kinds of projects. So here's again is the same picture of Brooks Lake showing the parcel data. And this is a good place to kind of monitor so that if we find that these community septic systems where we have marginal soils and everybody in that group of 10 are on holding tanks, that we can then clean up the water along that shoreline and prevent any kind of enteric spikes to be showing up in our future studies, or at least that's what we hope. Here's an example of an inlet on Glen Lake. It's our only inlet. It's called Hatlam Creek. Even though Glen Lake is a spring-fed lake, we know that when this water discharges into our crystal clear shoals, we find that the brown water correlates with high E. coli counts. And we know that, and we haven't got our 2019 results, but we likely will think that this is a conduit for enteric bacteria. And so the problem and then is to sort of trace it further upstream to find out where it's coming from. We also have individual riparians who tend to like to drain their property, so they have some kind of PVC pipe that comes right out at the water's edge. Typically that drains around crawl spaces and places where you don't have as good a drainage as you would like, and we don't want people building homes where they flood their crawl space or their basements. And so what's going on at these drain pipes around the shoreline, it's a good place to sample and make these people who have these pipes understand what it is that's going on. We also have runoff from road ends. This is on the south side of Little Glen. You can see some erosion there, very little green belt. But what would be the case where we would take a water sample at that location, get an enteric baseline marker, and then go to the township of Empire and say, look, you got a place where there's hard surfaces with the asphalt, we got some erosion. What can we do to kind of clean up that site? Because there's a lot of homes as you move from that roadway up into the frame of the picture. And so maybe we can come up with a way to improve a site with some analytical data that we then share with the townships. And then the financial factors are involved. We, in 2018, had a contract with Freshwater Solutions, as I said, to do about 154 samples. And the cost was up there, but it wasn't totally reflected in the contract we had with Freshwater Solutions because thankfully, Patrick Hannington at the University of Alberta and his core lab donated a lot of extra sampling costs, defrayed our costs. And so we hope that we can get this sampling down to about $30 to $40 a sample at some point, but it's not there yet. If you were to grab a sample and have it filtered and go off and run a qPCR sample right now, and we did some price checking, it's going to be around $200 per sample. And if you remember, we did 154 samples, right? So obviously a lake association can't afford that. But it's really nice to be able to get into a very generous university lab that helped defray a lot of our costs. And we got a real bang for our buck working with that connection with Freshwater Solutions and University of Alberta. We, at the Glen Lake Association, when you look at our financial coffers, we have an endowment fund, we have a watershed protection fund, and an operating budget. And the one that's in the middle there, the watershed protection fund, is the place where we stockpile money. It's what I refer to as our war chest. And whenever we have a major problem on our lake, we can know that we can go to that fund, borrow the money from ourselves, and then to be able to go out and pay for something that seems to be immediate or urgent and make sure it happens and not second guess our money. And then the stewardship part of this association that I work with, I developed a program called the Discovery Boat, which we take people out on a float pontoon during the summer. We have 10 sessions. We've put about 100 plus people on a boat for 2 hours, not the same boat. And what we do is we share our story. And you never know who's going to be on the boat, because when we start talking about all the great things that we do, including our enteric studies, and they understand what we're trying to accomplish in terms of making a good on our donations that we get and from our membership fees, we get to tell our story, and it's returning in volumes. Just to kind of give you an example, we've been doing this for 3 years. And we had just the other day $100,000 come our way because of the kind of work we're doing, where we share our story, let people know what we're doing, and the generosity comes. Because you know what? It all boils down to this. It's loving the water. My last slide kind of gives you a feel for what it is that we want to protect. I have yet to run into anybody who says, I want to pollute your water. I want to have the worst drinking water ever. You know, everybody loves the water. Everybody wants to protect it. And so when I show maps, I don't want to go back to it, but you saw that map with all the pins. When I think of this way, how do you get people to make a change with their septic system? And the answer is maybe putting a little bit of positive peer pressure on each other. So for an example, we do a map. We put the places where we think we have problems. And we share that map, but we don't point any one person out. It could be any one of people in a 10 area. In other words, you don't micro focus on somebody that has a hot spot and say it's you, but rather you say there's a problem in your neighborhood according to our enteric study, and get a letter out to all those people in that neighborhood and say it may or may not be you, but we found enterics in your neighborhood. And maybe your next step as a responsible riparian is to say, well, gosh, I better get my system inspected, and throw out the point of sale or the mandatory inspections. People are going to want to inspect and make sure that it's not them when they see the data coming their way and saying there's a hot spot in your neighborhood. How many of you in this room, if you knew that it was a hot spot in your neighborhood and you had a septic system that's 20, 30 years old and you're not sure you're polluting, how many of you would get an inspection? I'm talking to the church in the this is like, you know what I'm saying. So I'll take questions at this point.
All right, questions for Rob? You can get a microphone out to you.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Is there any history or hope for tax credits to help fund some of these things, maybe community level septics, or just if your inspection shows you need an expensive replacement? Are we ever going to see tax credits like we used to get for high efficiency furnaces or insulation?
So the question is there tax credits for doing the right thing on your shoreline? If you can't afford a new septic system, can you get loans? The answer is that the Leelanau County, I've been told, has a couple ways, maybe even 3 ways to get low interest loans, or kind of loans where you have a way of forgiving the principal at some point in time. But I'm not a person that is an expert in that. It's a great question. I think there should be tax incentives. And speaking of tax incentives, I think you should get a tax break if you've got a healthy greenbelt, because if you have a septic system that's got failure and you got a great greenbelt, a lot of those nutrients, phosphorus and nitrogen, are going to be taken up by the greenbelt before they even get in the water, and maybe even slow down that septic and reduce the impact. Other questions?
Hi, we live on a small lake similar to what you're showing for Glen Lake. There are a lot of seasonal homes on it. When you were doing the septic system checks, you know, the healthy ones and non-healthy ones, how many of those are seasonal homes?
That's a good question. I was trying to think about that last night. I was on Glen Lake around 4:30 near the sunset, and it was 30 degrees or less, and it was snowing. We had snow on the bottom of my boat doing my bird survey for something else. But I know the way you can tell whether somebody's seasonal or not, because you drive around at dusk in November and you look at the lights on in the house, you can tell who's year-round. It's pretty, but I don't know. I think that's an important question. It's an important one because obviously those who live year-round they're more impactful on the enterics possibly getting into the lake than somebody that uses it seasonally. And so I think that's another layer. My goal, my dream would be to get an ArcGIS layering system where we take all these spatial temporal considerations and sort of find a way for the computer or the ArcGIS to tell us where we should be sampling, because we really want to hit the places where we know it's the worst, as opposed to trying to help somewhere where it's not all that impactful. And that's the beauty of quantitative polymerase chain reaction, because just like E. coli tests, you could get your colonies and counts, and anything below 300 was supposed to be safe for swimming. Anything above 300 was really bad, and numbers could get as high as 2,500. Well, in the qPCR, we actually have a numeric that allows us to scale how bad the enterics are. And that's an emerging technology that's really going to get only better as time moves forward.
Take one last question for Rob, if there is one. Anybody else? Yes, right here in the middle.
Thank you. You touched on this briefly about the community development systems, like a community system.
Community septics.
Septic system. And I wonder if you feel it's important for us to kind of change the dialogue about development and how it's taking place in the single family realm, to kind of create the idea that there's opportunities for development to happen with a system that can service more than one particular home or complex, to, again, kind of create more of an environmental safe process.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of community septic systems. Every one of those homes that I pointed to on Brooks Lake interfacing with Glen Lake, every one of them was on a holding tank. And people don't like to be on holding tanks. They have to count every drop of water, and it's expensive for the pump outs. So community-based septic systems make a lot of sense. We encourage it whenever it seems right, and where the geography and the dynamics of the people living in that community say, yeah, let's do that, it makes sense. And so yes, we encourage it. I don't think it has to be a community system for every set of 10 parcels around the lake, but it does make sense where it's strategically important to do so. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just add something, I'll put on my drain commissioner hat. I'm a county drain commissioner. Little known to most folks is there's authority under the state drain code to establish localized sanitary districts. While the drain code isn't the simplest thing to work with, and of course the users have to pay for what that's involved, for those of you that are thinking about the idea of some sort of community or localized system that may serve a small area or community, it is an option to think about anyway. And if you haven't, you should talk to Gary Krosky on your lake, who knows more about it than I do even. So.
Let's thank Rob Karner. Okay. All right, next up, we're going to hear about some more mapping related to septics and outreach from Joel Kwiatkowski, who is the Environmental Health Manager from Bay County's Health Department. Joel is in charge of a program designed to accurately map all of the domestic well and septic systems in a river watershed in Bay County, linking locations to the descriptive data. Importantly, this program includes an extensive outreach and education facet to help the public understand what they can do to reduce risks to their own water quality and that of their neighbors. And Joel is going to plug his laptop in and give us a demonstration of some of his data. Please welcome Joel Kwiatkowski.
Okay, first, how much time do I have? Where's the girl with the time cards? She's gone. I have all the time I need. Great, thank you. Okay. So I heard earlier today somebody say, I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Well, who actually believes that? Anybody? I saw, okay, a couple hands. So let's revisit that question in a little bit and see what you think when I'm done talking. I'm here to talk about what one local government, one local health department is doing to help with septic systems. And when I was asked to talk here, I looked at the agenda and I thought about it, and I realized I was going to speak to an audience where I could maybe be a little bit more open about the realities of working for local government, what the roadblocks are, and where we could go and where we couldn't. One thing I wanted to share, when I went to Fair State University, one of the first things my professor told the whole class, where does all the sewage go? It goes away. So we think about that. And then I went into the profession, started working at a health department, and realized, in part, he's right, it goes away. Well, you know what else goes away is the data, the files. Local health departments are the storage of every septic system file, all the data for every county in Michigan. In Bay County, and the same probably with many counties in the state, that data sits in a file drawer. We issue a permit, we final it out. Where does it go? Then it goes away. It goes in a file drawer. What can you do with that data at that point? Nothing. You have thousands and thousands and thousands of files sitting in drawers. You can't do anything with it in a paper form. Move forward several years in Bay County. We start looking at what do we need to do to be responsible in Bay County to take care of any of the septic problems we have. Bay County, as you see on the map, is unique. It is flat. We have a lot of clay. We do not have an inland lake in Bay County, which I don't know if any other county can say that. There's over 10,000. Yes, Minnesota, we have more lakes than you do. We have like 11,000 lakes. We do, however, have the Saginaw Bay, the Saginaw River, and the Cucaulin River. Anybody been to Bay County? Familiar with where it is? Bay City. Probably been to one of the bars, drinking, eating the Polish food. So we have a unique problem where we deal with septic systems in clay, trying to get them to work. People point fingers at septic systems all the time. It's a problem. Yeah, it is. How big is the problem? We don't know because the files are buried. So we looked at what can we do? We applied for grants to do septic tank pumping, mandatory pumping. We're going to help pay for it. Nope, couldn't get the grant. They didn't like the idea, turned it down. Talked to the commissioners about, let's start a mandatory pumping. Every 10 years, can we pump septic tanks? Oh, sure. Well, until they talk to people within the county and then they find out they may not get voted back into office next year. It's not such a good idea. Okay, don't even bring that up. We're not looking at a program like that. Point of sale, looked into point of sale. Had a little bit of headway with that in Bay County. That kind of fizzled out too. Same thing. Roadblock. Politics. 3 things to get things done. Money, time, and getting past the politics. Are there commissioners in this room, by the way? If you're here, thank you. That means you care. I'd like to see that. Second, if I were to pick on them, would be real estate agents. And I know there's one sitting here. Same thing. How many real estate agents in the room? Thank you for being here because you care also. Statewide code. There are people in this room I'm looking at that know what I'm talking about. Statewide code in Michigan is needed. The form it comes to us is controversial. A lot of the roadblocks come with politics. It come with money, problems. How are we going to pay for this? How are we going to pay for that? People that don't want it, like real estate, they don't want point of sale. They want post sale. Buy the house and then find out you have a problem. Well, I don't believe in that. I think if you're going to buy a house, and you need to know if there's a problem. So to get to the rest of the presentation here, so I don't go on and on and on, we fell across the program in Bay County that started out developed by a local software company in Mount Pleasant. It was a simple mapping program. And I looked at this mapping program and said, hey, if I could map out our septic systems, take that data that's gone away and put it into a mapping program, maybe there's some knowledge and something we could share with the public. So we took the mapping program, integrated it into Bay County. It was used as a grant, actually, within 4 counties. We started mapping systems, found out, hey, this works really well. We issue a permit, we map the system, we have all this information. Well, guess what? The data still kind of went away. It's there, but it's not available. So looking further ahead, what are we going to do with the data? And I think I need to get a different mic so I can get over to my computer here. All right, does this work? No. We got to get this right now. Okay, here we go. So, first of all, money. If we wanted to increase our mapping and map the entire county, we needed money. So I applied for a 319 grant. Who's familiar with 319 grants? Okay, some people. We have the Cucullin River watershed. It is a watershed that has beneficial use impairments. It has problems. We have bacterial issues. We close beaches in Bay County all the time. Why? Because of high bacterial levels. Could it be from septic systems? Maybe. We're actually doing qPCR testing on our beaches now to find out where's the bacteria coming from. Is it from humans, from cows, birds? We're finding a little bit of everything. Surprisingly, a lot from birds, but doesn't rule out septic systems. So because we have an impaired watershed, we had the ability to apply for a grant. I applied for this grant, applied for it several times before, wanted to pump septic tanks and such, denied every time. Applied for this grant. I asked, could I map the whole county, the entire county? Pay this software company to take our files, about 12,000 files, map everything they could from paper. Take the Cucullin River watershed area and physically map every unknown system by hand within a 3-year period, as many as we could. Pay for some of that. They gave us the money. So that's the beginning of the grant. This started about a year ago, a little over a year ago. And what you see in front of you is a map of Bay County. And as I go through, this is a live demo. This is live data in front of you that I can open up and manipulate and show you how it works. So here, this is a Cucullin River. I can zoom in and out, show you. This is the river, dumps out into Saginaw Bay. Along the river, you can see this is part of our mapping. Every single home along this stretch has been visited and mapped using this software. Sanitarians in the room know we use what's called a tile probe. We find the tank, find the drain field. We have a GPS device built into a vest on an antenna on our back, and we actually map out and locate every single system and then come back into the office with some data that it's been located and map these systems out. Now, it's not just mapping, but it's data that you can now take and manipulate and query the data and ask questions of the data. What do you want to know about the data? Because it's there. Whatever you put in the data, you can pull back out and you can utilize. For instance, if I click on, and I'm dealing with internet hooked to my phone over there, so it could be a little slow, which it's doing right now, unfortunately. And here we go. So when I click on, say, that purple dot, it shows all the information about who owns the house. There's information on the drain field, information on the septic tank, linked documents. So if I want to look at what's there, here's a scanned image. So all of our images, all that paper now is linked to a digital file. It's mapped, it's available on the internet, and it's right in front of my eyes. So everything that is at that house drawn out is not only mapped, but scanned in the system, and the information is then integrated into this, so we can now take that information out and look at the data. We chose this area to map. We took within 500 foot of the river, started at the mouth of the river, and we've been working our way upstream, mapping every single septic system. As you can see, there's a lot of data here, a lot of septic systems. The little blue dots are old GPS points that still need to be cleaned up. We go out, find those, locate them, map them. Some of these, as you can see, we had to find the data, find the septic tank, drain field. There may not be anything there as far as a permit. If there's no permit, we're starting in the blind. We go out and look for everything. Where is it? We look for it, find it, map it. Now we have something. Another neat thing this does, you can take pictures. We use tablets. We take pictures of everything. You can see the flags of the mapped areas. Grass looks a little extra green there. Might have a problem. So there's the ability to actually take pictures of systems as they're installed, which I have here. This is a site, no aerial photography that shows where the house is yet. This is aerial photography from 2015. There's the house. We actually draw it in using GPS. So we know where the house is. Once the flyover's done, that picture of the house will show up. We can remove that. We know where the septic system is. We have information. If we click on something, there's the tank, permit, it's finalized, tank size. It's an infiltrator tank. It's plastic. When was it installed? Date. Who put it in? All the information about that tank is there. All the information about the field when you click on it is all contained in the data. And if you want to see, and if you're the homeowner and you want to know what's actually underground, you can open up the pictures and see. We take pictures now of every install and we store them in this data. How do you get to this? Is it available yet? People are asking, can I look at this now? Not yet. We're in the process of mapping. We have a lot of cleanup. It will be available. How? What's the most powerful thing you have in your pocket right now? A cell phone. Everybody has one, right? Everybody has one of these in their pocket right now. In about 2 years, everybody can take this data, open it up in a cell phone. And there's an exception to that, I'll tell you, because everybody's thinking, all the data? Well, not all the data. You will be able to open this data up on a cell phone. You can walk over to maybe a house that you're buying or a house that you own and you don't know where the septic tank or the drain field is. You can open it up, enable the GPS on your phone, walk over that septic system and see where it is. You can walk over the tank with your GPS turned on and say, yep, there's a septic tank right under my feet. I'd never know that if I didn't have this data. You can see where your drain field is. Or maybe there's nothing there. You might see a purple dot that we placed there that says no data. Red flag, right? You want to buy that house? If you're a real estate agent, I'm pointing at you just because I know you're sitting next to me. You'd love to have this. You can walk out and tell the homeowner, yeah, the data's right here. Oh, maybe there's no data. We better get an inspection done. Or here it is. Oh, it was just put in 2014, and there's pictures of the whole system here. There it is. We know what we have. So rather than point of sale or mandatory pumping, which we are unable to do in Bay County, now we have a tool, the tool that's available to everybody. Now, when I talk about data, what's available and what's not, people will see everything that's mapped. What they won't see is personal information like phone numbers, your cell phone, your email. That won't be on here. Because when I click and see a scanned application that has your cell phone number and your email, we don't want the public to have that. Is it FOIable? Yes, it certainly is. And it is public information. However, you'll see 80–90% of this data. You get to a point and you say, okay, I want to see the pictures of the septic. I want to see what's scanned in. You fill out a FOIA, you send it to us, All I have to do is pull this up, save it as a PDF, and send it to you. Or I can send you a link. Once this program is live, this little airplane, you see my pointer, I can share the link to that whole page, and I could give access to anybody to see that page and that information. So the foilable information will be simple for us. It comes in. If you're the owner now, you're the representative selling the house, you have reason to get that information immediately, we can release it. Or we'll send it up to our corporation counsel, decide, does this person deserve to have all the rest of the information on this site? I have 2 minutes. Oh, 10 minutes? Okay, gotcha. Just to show you quick, and I opened up a bunch of pages because I know I'm limited on time. What can we do with the data here? If you look, I have septic tanks clicked. I want to know the age of the systems. Everything in red is old, everything in green is new. The purple dots I can turn off. There's a lot of layers open. I can go in and turn layers on and off. See all the red and orange? That means those are fairly old systems. When you look at that data and see 49.7, that's some of the oldest. And if I zoom out, it takes the circles, makes them larger. I can click on one and it shows this cluster represents 42 features. Average date 1971. That's how old those systems are. This area along the Calcallan, there's municipal sewer. Many of those systems that are there are now abandoned. It's connected to sewer. However, it doesn't mean there's not a septic system there. There is still a concrete tank, most likely buried in that backyard. Who's went to put an addition on their house and found a septic tank in their backyard they didn't know was there? Well, this will show you there's a septic tank in your backyard. You may not be using it, but it's there. It may not even be collapsed. I found one myself in an old house, and I knew it was there. It wasn't collapsed. It was full of wood chips. Guess what I had to do? Dig it out. If I would have known ahead of time where it was when I bought the house, of course, I have all the files in my office, right? All those files that go away. There's information such as capacity in gallons. Here, I want to know how many septic tanks are under 1,000 gallons, and it gives me a chart of the range and how many in gallons that we know of from the permits we issued. Here's installer information, all the different colored dots. I can tell you who installed what system, where, and when. It's all color-coded. There's hundreds of them. Some of them are in here several times. Like here, there's 3H Mosers all spelled different. We have to, like I said, data cleanup. Here's a cluster of systems. This is a new subdivision. Don't have aerials of the homes. However, here's all the information from all the systems. We have the septic tank, drain fields, the locations of the house. You can see the little GPS points. By the way, we use Arrow GPS products, which do not cost money monthly. If you're familiar with GPS, it can get very expensive. They're about $3,000 a piece. Accuracy about the size of the sheet of paper. So that's the accuracy we're dealing with when we GPS this. Find a septic tank, this is pretty good accuracy. I can turn on other layers. I'll show you quick because I know he's standing here and telling me I'm out of time. So I can turn on soil layers and I can look at all the different soil types. I can do an overlay. I can change that overlay so I can see through it. I can turn on sanitary sewers. So I can zoom out. I can go in close to Bay City and find out who has a sewer line, who doesn't have a sewer line. And you'll see water lines, sewer lines. The yellow is a sewer line, the blue is a water line. You also see these little purple dots. They still have a septic system, even though they might be hooked to that sewer. Now we know you still have a septic tank in your yard. There's contamination layers in here, wetland layers, floodplain. I can turn on floodplain layers. And in parts of this area in Bay County, almost the entire township is a floodplain. So, and like I said, my data is a little slow at streaming from my phone, but it would open up a floodplain layer here in colors. There are the the 341 sites, all the leaking underground storage tank sites. land use restrictions, we have drains, rivers. We have basically every layer that you could think of is contained within this data. Wells, I can click on a well and it links to well logic. At the state, I can look at every single well log that's ever been entered in this data. Systems that are put in by amalgam like this one, this is all being done on a desktop computer utilizing the paper files that we've given them a whole pickup load. And we're mapping all of this with this. We take a file and we convert it to this. If there's nothing but a purple dot, that means we don't have a file that's either mappable or we need to go out and find the system if we're able, if we get to that point. And as you see, linked documents, there's nothing. So this would be a red flag. You go to buy this house, there's no septic permit. Doesn't look like too bad of a house from the air. But now, real quickly, where are we going with this? Because we're out mapping and we're doing this now. We actually are not fed with resistance. A lot of people, when we knock on the door, say, oh yeah, come find my system. We mark it, we flag it. I think the biggest request is, can you leave those flags so I know where my system is? So we do. We go through a lot of flags. And we map it, and sometimes we'll even send them an email with a colored version of where their septic system is. They love it. Next step is replacing the systems we find that are failing. Have we found any failed systems? Well, we talked about what's a failure, what's not. We found problems. We have not found even a single discharge to the Cucaulin River. We've been working on that for 4 months. Not one single discharge, which is great. We've worked up and down that river for years, those with the sewage sniffing dogs, with infrared cameras, with E. coli testing. So it's an area that we've kept an eye on. However, we're doing even more. I just applied for another 319 grant. Every health department can do this. I just applied for $600,000. The state came to me and asked me to apply for it. This money will be used to replace septic systems. It is money that is not intended to be paid back. If I came to your house and said, you have a problem septic system, the data in this says you have a problem, can we look at your septic? Then I say, your septic's failing. You need a new one. However, I'm from the government. I'm here to help you, right? I'm going to give you free money. Who wants free money to replace your septic system? That's the next step. If they approve this grant, we have, of that $600,000, probably 85% of it will replace septic systems. The other little bit will be a part-time sanitarian to go out and actually find these systems and help these homeowners that have problems. You look at a health department, and at first we're not out to just help people. That's what people think. We're an enforcement agency. If you have a failed system, you have to replace it. We make you replace it. But we're not always the bad guy. And in Bay County, that's what we're doing with this to try and help. We're going to map, and in about 2 years, our entire county will be mapped. Any blanks, any data that's missing within the county, every site that we have no data, it's still data to us because that means we don't know anything about it. And then you will be able to take your cell phone, and I'll be doing this talk down the road again, and I'll say, here's the link, here's the data, open this data up. Here it is. You can find it right now on your cell phone, and I'll probably do it in a room where everybody can get on their cell phone all at the same time and access the same data and see what's there. So, and I think I need to stop. Questions?
Let's do one burning question for Joel because we do have time constraints. So I see one hand here. Okay.
And I guess the best way to answer that question is when our code changed through the years, we started elevating systems in the early 80s. So anything prior to the early 80s we would consider old, just because we know it conformed to a different code. They were installed in the groundwater where we know we have some problems. In the early 80s, when they started elevating systems, we actually took the Wisconsin mound system and we adopted that in Bay County. Now we have a lot of different technologies, a lot of what are called NSF Standard 40 systems, where we have treatment systems. They're not disposal systems, they're treatment systems. And I heard that today from speakers saying they're not disposal systems. The water just doesn't go away. We treat it, we maintain it, and now we manage it with this program. Actually, Bay County, we don't have wells that are in wellhead protection areas. All of our wells are covered by 60, 70, 80 feet of clay for the most point. We're fortunate. We have no PFAS in Bay County, no problems, no large problems. We don't have wells that have issues from contamination because they're very deep, very well protected, which is something that we're fortunate to have. So when it comes to wells and protection, looking at groundwater flow, that's not something that we've attacked yet. So we're more worried about surface water. Okay. How much money for all of this? The total grant, $160,000. To map everything, the cost for Amalgam, the company Amalgam LLC is mapping everything they have, every single file we have, for $65,000. That's an entire county. Now that's with, say, 12 to 14,000 systems. If you have 80,000 systems, it's of course going to cost more. Bay County receives about $30,000 toward paying sanitarians to go out and do the mapping. The rest is all in kind. We actually pay for probably 70 to 80% of the staffing time ourselves to do this. There's a portion of money also that goes to U of M Flint because they are doing surveys. There were surveys sent out to Cucaulin River watershed owners, testing their data. And then again, there'll be another survey sent out to them to find out, what did you learn from this process? Currently, we do have a website. If you go to the Bay County homepage, go to the environmental health section, there is a web page that follows the program where we're at with the mapping. It also has links over to Amalgam, and they throw blogs and information on their company and what they're doing with this system, so you can follow along and see our progress.
So we're in our home stretch here, and arguably the most important part of the day, where we're going to have a wonderful panel discussion about public policy options, and then last session will be, where do we go next? And I feel very inspired to be with all of you. I think the conversations have been very rich, and I want to mention, this is my little media announcement, that next week, if you're interested in learning more about the role of government and its effort to protect human health and the environment, Flow is having a community engagement conversation at the Traverse City District Area Library from 6 to 8. And it's based on a number of reports that Skip Press has put together called Resetting Expectations. And it's about these very things that we're talking about. And I'm reminded by Rob Carner's words that really this is all about the love of water. We are here because we really care about these Great Lakes. And that's why we're having these conversations. So before we launch into the public policy options, I want to let you know a little bit about our fantastic panel here. I started looking at their bios, and they have over 150 years of experience. They don't look that old, but they are. And no. Well, we have Eric Johnson, who you've met before, is the Environmental Health Director at Benzie Leelanau District Health Department. And next we have, they've moved out of order from my little list. We have Rick Stein, who's a real estate agent for Remax Bayshore Real Estate Agency. And he has been in the real estate business for 41 years, and he's also served on the state board and the board of National Association of Realtors. He's been on the Leelanau County Planning Commission, served on the Board of Appeals. So he knows a couple things about land use and real estate development. And then we have George Bailey, who's the chair of Gratiot County Commission. He's been working in the manufacturing sector for 44 years. He's been the chair of the commission for the past 3 years, and before that, he was a councilman and mayor of the city of Ithaca for 12 years. So incredible experience there. And then we have Leslie Sichterman, who is a township planner right here in our backyard, Long Lake Township here in Grand Traverse County. And she's been there since 2007. But she's worked in Michigan jurisdictions for over 25 years as a consultant and staff community planner, with everything from grant administration, mapping, master planning, ordinance drafting. And finally, we have Sean McBrearty, who is the legislative and policy director at Clean Water Action. And he works on infrastructure, oil and gas, drinking water issues. And he has been involved at the state level trying to build consensus in Lansing around a statewide sanitary code for Michigan. And he also may be familiar to you as our campaign coordinator for Oil and Water Don't Mix. We are delighted to have all of you participate on this panel. So without further ado, I'm going to ask, let's mix this up a little bit, shall we? How about having Mr. Bailey come share the county perspective? And yeah, okay, no, yes? Do you want, all right. So here we go.
All right, we got the thumbs in the back, we're all good. My name is George Bailey. It's a wonderful life, to get that out of the way. I'm not from Bedford. I'm from Ithaca. It's located in Gratiot County. So I just want to get all that stuff out of the way. But you can all say when you go home today to your significant other or whatever, you met George Bailey today. I'm just happy to be here. I've been in public sector for over 27 years in one form or another. I was in manufacturing for 44, and one thing I've learned between public sector and manufacturing, I could turn my company around on a dime and do something different. Guess what? Government doesn't work that way, does it? No. But you know what? I've learned over the years that maybe government isn't supposed to move that quickly. People have to have policy and procedures and a way to go for the whole group. So it takes some time and takes some effort. In Gratiot County, we learned a lot of things, what not to do, and some of the things we learned what to do. Our initiative for our septic system all started because if you remember, John, a while back, he had a map of Gratiot County, and we had the Pine River and we had the Maple River. Okay? Those are the two tributaries that we have in Gratiot County, and they're deeply polluted. Okay? What are they polluted with? Obviously, there's human coli in there, which is about 40%. But we live in a county that has the largest population of calf cows in the state of Michigan. In other words, we have cattle, we have hogs, we have turkeys, we have chickens, but they're in a mass amount. We have milk farms there that produce over 12,000 head of cattle in one location. So multiply that by many, and we have a terrible situation with pollution in the river, okay? So we have two issues. We have E. coli from humans, and we have the offal from, I call cattle, all right, which is a nutrient. Well, this all began back years ago when the Pine River and the Maple River started choking up with vegetation. And it was clogging the river. Well, what's causing that to do that? Well, we have Alma College there. It was a great college. And they have a biology group there that started to work on that problem. And it took some time, but they figured out that we do have two situations. We have cattle and we have human. Well, being the health department, there's only one area that we can really work on, and that's the human side of it. Unfortunately, for the state of Michigan, we have what I call the Right to Farm Act. And I'm sure there's some farmers in here that are going to get upset with me right now, but you can only put so much in a 5-pound bag, if you know what I'm saying. And so when you get so much on there, it gets into the creeks, it gets into rivers, and we have to suffer with that. But that's a story for another day. But what brings it back to the problem with the E. coli? So we set out to figure out what can we do to help alleviate that problem. So we looked at many different things. John and I worked together many times trying to figure out what the public policy should be. So we came for the final conclusion. We work for point of sale. You know, Gratiot County has almost 15,000 septic tanks. All right, recorded. Do you know how many sales we had in Gratiot County? I'm talking rural sales, 720. That's not the area that really is going to satisfy what we have to have in Gratiot County, is it? No, so we have to come up with a different method. So we thought maybe discharge. Well, that's a good idea. So everybody got on board with that. I got 1 minute. Oh, man, I'm just getting started. Preachers and county commissioners, you can't trust them. So the long and the short of it, that's where we wound up. We wound up having to discard that discharge because the people of Gratiot County did not want it. We had public hearings, and, man, we got hammered. Not at the problem. Everybody recognizes the problem. It's the cost. And how do you implement it? Those are the things that are huge. And until we get around that, it's going to be a problem. But I just want one shout out. We had a problem up in a community along the Pine River. And we went up there and we worked with those folks. And they have done a great job. They recognized the problem and they were willing to work at it. And I want to commend those people up in Riverdale that really helped us out a lot and took care of a lot of things. So anyway, I'll stop preaching.
Thank you, George. Leslie, you want to give us a perspective up north?
Did that work? Okay. Hello, nice to be here today. So Long Lake Township here in Grand Traverse County has had a septic inspection time of sale program for 10 years now. We just celebrated, that's a loose term, our 10th year anniversary. And we've talked about a lot of time of sale programs today, so I thought I would just tell you what makes ours a little different. One is that our program was born out of a DEQ grant. We were intended to be a pilot program, and it was expected that eventually it might be taken over by our county health department, which has not happened, but we're still happy to continue on with this program. The other thing that might be different from some of the other programs is that we have all third-party inspectors. So they're all private contractors. We work with our health department to qualify those inspectors and register them, but they're kind of on their own. So they price individually, but it makes them a little bit more responsive. Lots of times they can turn those inspection reports around in just a couple of days. I was also asked to let you know a little bit about some of the problems that we've had over the 10 years. So I'm going to be a little negative here, but I'll tell you what we've run into that has been an issue. One issue is what actually qualifies as a sale. It sounds simple, but over time that's been a little bit of a moving target. Another issue has been what happens if a bank-owned property or just the seller refuses to do the inspection. Our hands are a little bit tied when it comes to enforcement. Sometimes I'm kind of a counselor, along with all the other hats that I wear, trying to work out issues. Sometimes we find creative ways around that problem. And that's another problem that we have, is that we don't have the ability to do a lot of enforcement. We don't have 100% compliance. We have tracked the sales in our community. We have better compliance than we had at the beginning, but we don't have 100% compliance. We do have some inconsistencies in among all of our inspectors. Some, I'm not sure if any of them are here, but some I guess I trust their reports a little bit more than others, and I think that just comes with experience and with, comes with the territory. But where we do have issues, we work with them. Some are a little less consistent with getting the reports into us. We have some lost reports. Sometimes we have to track them down. And people are sitting at a closing table trying to get all the documents in place, and we're, chasing down a report for somebody. We have another aspect of our inspection program is that we have provisional ratings of the systems. If a system is not in active use, there's a provisional rating. So it may say, yes, this system meets all of the current health department standards. It appears to be in good working order, but because it's not in active use, this is a provisional rating. Our ordinance and our program requires that people go and do a follow-up inspection after it does go into active use. And over the 10 years and over 1,300 reports, I've probably received about 3 of them. So we don't have a lot of consistency there. Probably our number one issue is that we don't have, we have a lot of older lakefront homes in our community. That was kind of the target of this program at the beginning, and it's been, because those properties don't tend to turn over very often, or they stay within a family trust, those don't often get inspected. It's also a cost to our township. There's no filing fee that we issue or that we charge. We don't charge inspectors. And so there definitely is a cost in time and resources of the township. But given all of that, it has been, I think, a positive program for the township and our community.
Thank you, Leslie. Sean, will you tell us about your experience both working at the state and also in Oakland County?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. My experience with the septic issue comes more from an advocacy perspective. Work with Clean Water Action, which was founded in 1972 to help get the Clean Water Act passed federally. So water protection is definitely a big issue for us. And on the septic issue, one of the things that really got us digging into this issue was a few years ago, State House Representative Julie Pilecki was sort of the leader in the legislature on working to get a septic bill passed. And what she was looking at that point was a statewide sanitary code and also requiring inspection at the point of sale, which we actually don't support point of sale. So we had some conversations with Representative Pilecki about that. And long story short, through the years now, there's been several different iterations since that was about 2014, and there's been several different iterations of sanitary code bills and inspection requirements introduced at the state level, or drafts sometimes that never wound up getting introduced. But through the process, we have gotten closer and closer. So, you know, one of the interesting things in Lansing on this issue and some of the movement that we've seen recently is that for a while now, the Michigan Realtors Association has been opposed to point of sale, and the environmental community has been wishy-washy on the subject. Now, at least our organization and I guess a couple others as well are also opposing point of sale because it doesn't actually solve the problem, and it doesn't really do so quickly enough. So you can point to evidence from the first county to pass a septic inspection code in Michigan, which was Ottawa County back in the 1980s. And they passed inspection at point of sale. And actually, the realtors were supportive of it because they wanted it to protect property values on the Lake Michigan coastline. Now, they've had point of sale for the last 30 years, and over that time period, they have seen septic failure rates decline from around 25 to 30% when the program began to 10 to 12% today. So over the long term, they've seen improvement. But only looking at properties that are changing hands are ignoring a lot of the biggest offenders, which are going to be old rural farmhouses that are either being passed along through generations, not changing hands as quickly as you see in other places. So what we've been pushing for at the state level is a statewide sanitary code, and then also an inspection requirement of at least every 5 to 10 years. The EPA recommends inspections every 3 years. That's really difficult to do. So we're looking at pushing for inspections every 5 to 10 years. And then another part of that really has to be considered in a state code, and there was a bipartisan state septic code introduced last term. And we were close to being able to support it. It required 10-year inspections, but of just the septic tank, not the drain field and everything else. So they're not going to be finding all the failures. But the other thing that we didn't like was it really hung counties out to dry. And I'm sure the county folks here are glad to hear that. We wanted to make sure, so the bill would have required about $3 million in funding just to the DEQ to cover staff time and other things for state level enforcement. But all the work would actually have to be done by county health departments. So we've been really pushing lawmakers in Lansing to try to understand that county health departments really need to be allies here, and we need to get to a place where the state bill, if they're not creating funding, we all know that revenue solutions are coming off all the time in Lansing, right? It's lots of good work going on there. But if we can't find a state revenue solution, they can at least open the door so that counties can create their own solutions. And there's a few different policy opportunities for that, I would say, along with the fact that there's federal funding available for addressing septic systems. And Michigan currently doesn't get that money because we don't have a code. Every other state gets funding. And that wouldn't cover the entire thing, but it would cover a chunk of money that we'd be able to put into this program. Because money really is the problem when it comes to septics. Everybody admits there's a problem. It's just finding the financial resources to be able to fix it in a way that's equitable and good for the environment, also good for homeowners and for our county health departments. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. And Rick, I'm hoping that you can give us perspective both from the real estate side of things and also just with your experience on local government.
Well, thank you for allowing me to be here. For those of you who have talked today about a statewide septic code, I sat on a committee for probably close to 3 years with what we thought were all the parties at the table. We had legislators there, we had the real estate community, we had members from the DEQ, the health departments, and after 3 years, hell, we couldn't even make a decision on what a failed system was. So it's a real hard thing to do, to paint the whole state with the same brush. When you got the UP that's frozen for 5 months out of the year, we have ideal soils here for the most part, and we have clay downstate. So it was a tough deal with that. And my understanding is right now there's no legislative effort at all to put together a state code. From a township level, health departments, well, from a practitioner's level, health departments and townships are now putting their own codes together. I work in a 5-county area. That means I can have in excess of 60 codes in that particular area. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. So somehow if we could get some model codes put together that people could agree to, it would sure make life a lot easier for practitioners, counties, townships, who's ever doing it. I mean, I live in Leelanau County, and we have a health department that has Leelanau and Benzie, but we have 2 different codes. So, and part of the problem with having the same code, in my opinion, in Leelanau, I sat on the Board of Appeals for a while for the health department, is that I don't think we have the personnel or the money to handle all the sales that we have in that particular county over a given period of time. So like Long Lake, if we license or regulated private enterprise, we'd certainly have the whereabouts to do it. But again, where's the money going to come from? And as long as I've been in the business, there's been rules to put a septic system in, but there's no rules on how to maintain one. And there are documents out there, Michigan State Extension Service prints a 4-page document as to what a septic system is, and there are some qualifications or requirements to maintain one. Maybe with the health department could send everybody one of those documents or one of their own documents to let people know that there is some requirements, or if we, as important as water is in our particular area, clean water and having septic systems at work is real important. And I know we've talked a couple of times today about the real estate community is not in favor of point of sale, and that particular reason is because it doesn't hit all the units. We sell a certain percentage of those properties, but especially the ones on the water, as it was addressed, they don't change hands. And so how do you get to those particular properties to make sure their septics are working properly? And maybe we need to create a platform in the department in Lansing, let's just say an Environmental Great Lakes and Energy Group, to approve alternative systems that could be more environmental friendly than some of the systems that we currently have out here. We could set the guidelines for definitions, disclosure of property condition to the local health department. That was another concern. I know I'm rambling here, but if the townships are accumulating all this data, what are they doing with it? I personally feel the health department should be the collector of all the information. That's one place where we could go and make sure every system eventually is recorded and possibly mapped. I see this, Bay County has a great mapping system. That'd be wonderful for us to have up here. And in reference to having septics pumped, part of the problem, my understanding is, if everybody had to pump their septic every 3 years, there'd be a tough place to find to put all that effluent. I don't know if the state's geared up to do something like that. So maybe every 10 or 15 years might make a better solution. And that's all I've got to say.
Thanks, Rick, and sorry to make you go last, Eric, but we wanted to hear from the other groups too. All right.
Oh, no, it was great. Thanks. I mean, there was a lot to cover there. 5 minutes isn't going to do it. So I'm going to do my best to kind of summarize our position as to how that would go. As you heard from Joel, we've got a lot of paper. You've heard from me saying it's antiquated. That's where the information is. That is power. That is how, if we're going to address everybody's concern in this room, we have to get that information, We have to get it available. We have to be able to use it to pinpoint regulation and efforts to maximize staff time, studies, and things of that nature. I'm telling you, that is where the key is. That's where it begins. Then we could use it. On that note, statewide code that's come up a couple of different times, and it's got point of sale and time of transfer, many different ways to attack many different things. And as Rick pointed out, you get 5 people in a room, they all have different ideas about it. So it's going to be a boxing match probably. But my point of view on that statewide code is that when it came out back in 2018, we had very little input, and it was things were just kind of tossed in there on this grand umbrella of an idea. However, now, since we had time to collect our thoughts and get together as a group through Michigan Association of Local Public Health and Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators, we were able to come together and put a shared vision together as to what would work in the state of Michigan, at least a baseline, because as the doctor pointed out, you have different conditions in this state. You may have karst over in Alpena and Rogers City. You may have till soils and glacial moraines and gravel and clay in Bay County. So there's many different things. So one's not going to fit all. Nothing's black and white in this world, and neither is sewage. So it's more brownish, if you want, yeah. Okay, so as a statewide code goes, yes, there needs to be a baseline. I think the more important thing would be to have a state agency that looks at emerging technologies, has the scientific know-how, or at least can employ those folks to look at it, study it, and approve it for local health departments to get out to installers, that sort of thing. The other thing would be to get out and train people. I can tell you as an industry, environmental health, I could probably ask all of you what we do, and all you could probably tell me today is we do septics. It's that, yes, we do, but it's huge. It's a wide field that very, very few people know about. And I would encourage all universities to really start beefing that program up, because recently I had to hire somebody. I interviewed 4 people. I asked all 4 people, do you know what a septic system is? And you would think if you're interviewing for this job, you'd know that. They said, well, I think, well, 3 out of 4 said, I think, isn't there something out back, kind of like a box that you flush toilet goes out there and then I'm not sure where it goes from there. Literally, that's what I heard. So there's a information gap. There's a technology gap. There's a gap in our young people needing to know what we do, because we're getting older by the day, I'm told. And we are having trouble finding young people that are knowledgeable, that can take this forward. And the great thing with young people that know what we do is they're not afraid of computers. They're not afraid of technology. They love it. So then we can take that information I started out with, get it to Joel's system, and get it out to the public. And that's where it takes. Because point of sale is great right now because we don't have pinpoint accuracy. We can't maximize staff. Say, hey, look, this person doesn't have a septic system. This person does, this person does. And we can use Mr. Carner's information to say, look at the correlation. And then we can pinpoint, we can go there. And then again, as Rob suggested, I would strongly, strongly encourage all groups and associations and just little neighborhood groups to enforce yourself, because that's the key. And if you can do it in an encouraging way, we'll show up. We're not that government coming to, terrorize you in the middle of the night. We can come in and we can try to help you develop a system that will work based on technology the state has approved and has been proven. So there's my soapbox. I appreciate the time being able to soapbox to all of you, because my family won't listen to me. So there you go.
We have a couple more minutes before we close the session. And I want to open up the floor, and I see Commissioner Farrell over here.
Thank you. I was having a discussion earlier with Carolyn at my table here. We were wondering whether, based on the fact that as a new homeowner when I was a youngster, basically, I didn't know what a septic system was when I bought a house with a septic system, whether either health classes or biology classes in high school learn about septic systems, and whether the health department goes into the high schools and talks to kids, because you're right, those are the kids who they would understand what to do with this data, and I just think that would be a place to start. And I wonder if any of you have addressed that or have, okay. Thank you.
One of the main things we do is educate the public. Again, time of transfer, point of sale, we do it anytime we can. We try to educate. So when asked, because we're not teachers, we have other jobs to do, and land evals, and everybody doesn't want us spending all day, doing the other education when we should be doing their stuff. But we have, yes. I mean, I've gone into second grades and third grades, and my staff has as well. And we put out into the papers informational, Septic Smart Week, we get that out. But could there be more? Sure. Yeah, without a doubt. So the best thing to do is actually, if you can get in early, if the state can, as part of the statewide code, if they want to put it in there, encourage that education. So because once you start talking to second graders and third graders about the water cycle in their own home, tie it back to biology and where they get the water from and what they have to look for, and if they're dumping gas next to their lawnmower, how does it get in there? Or in a car situation, if they flush the toilet, how's that getting back in when it comes brown up through the tub? They understand the process. They understand what to look for, and they can go home and tell mom and dad, don't do that. And then we have a generation coming up through that understands the environment. They love talking about poop. I have a toilet that has a mouth in it. They love it. I'm telling you, it's great.
Just from a practitioner standpoint, I've been in the business for over 40 years. For the first 20 years, we never had home inspections, let alone septic inspections. And so now all our documents reflect those and mention those. So people, it's still not mandated that you have an inspection, except in certain townships. But more and more people are made aware of it than there used to be.
Oh, I can just start with telling you what is involved in the Long Lake Township inspection program. There's a worksheet that's about 3 or 4 pages long. The inspectors go out and they do a record search first. They open the tank. They measure stuff. They send back some really disgusting pictures that I find in my inbox early in the morning. And then they do an evaluation of the distances to the water table, to the water, to the structures. They do all kinds of measurements. It's a pretty thorough inspection. I think the inspection itself is thorough. It has the information that people need, and there's a determination of whether or not it meets the health code, and points out any issues that the homeowner should be aware of, any problems, like most commonly they have roots entering the system, or they're parking on their system, or they have their deck or their hot tub on top of their tank, things that they need to find out about. But again, I think what's missing in the whole thing is consistency over time, and throughout the whole community. We have properties that have been inspected up to 4 times in our 10-year history, and we have thousands of properties that have never been inspected. So that's probably the biggest issue.
So inspection is standardized in Long Lake, but
Yes.
it's not standardized.
No. Lots of times we get people who say, well, I had a home inspection and it included a septic inspection. Doesn't that count? And then when we show them what our inspection includes, they realize that it's a much different standard.
Right there.
Can any of the panelists or anyone in the audience point to a state that has a very good code ordinance or sanitary code, or perhaps a professional association that has developed a good sanitary code that could be considered a model for consideration?
So, my opinion, at least, the Cadillac plan is really close to what New York State does. Problem is, New York State's septic inspection regime and their sanitary code, all the inspections are funded by New York City because they consider it watershed protection for the city. So, unless we can get New York City to relocate to somewhere in Michigan, we're not going to find that kind of a funding mechanism. But they require inspection every 3 years of all septic tanks in New York State.
I think we'll also hear a little bit about that maybe in the next one, but I think Renetta Thomasy was also pointing out to Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Virginia, and what's the last state that she? Oregon, yes, okay.
So I hope you will all agree that in addition to being very educational, today has been very fun. I haven't heard so many poop jokes since I was 3 years old. Yes, I will. My name is Dave Dempsey. I'm a policy advisor for Flow, for Love of Water, which is organized this afternoon. How's this? I'm not used to being an MC, so sorry about that. So we have one more panel today to kind of help us discuss and gather ideas on how we move forward from here. We've heard a lot of interesting ideas during the day. Maybe this would be an opportunity for dialogue. In addition to short presentations from each of the panelists, we can also have a dialogue with you in the audience about some of your thoughts. So let me introduce our 5 panelists this afternoon. You've heard the introduction for John Baird, who's a senior consultant at Public Sector Consultants. We're glad to have him back to give us some additional thoughts. In the middle is Tom Zimnicki, who is the program director at Michigan Environmental Council, working on agriculture, groundwater, and surface water issues, advancing a policy agenda focused on innovative and pragmatic ideas encouraging environmentally sustainable agriculture. Next to Tom on the far side is Christine Chrisman, who most of you know is the longtime executive director of the Watershed Center of Grand Traverse Bay, which just recently had its own freshwater summit, which was an incredible program. And Christine and her staff do fantastic work. At the far end is Dan Thorell, who's the environmental health director for Grand Traverse County Health Department. Thanks, Dan, for being here today. And then to my immediate right is Liz Kirkwood, who's my boss, and a great one at that. And she'll be representing Flow as she discusses where do we go from here. So Dan, let's start with you. What I'd like to have panelists discuss is maybe reflecting on the discussions we've had earlier today, some thoughts as to where we could go and where you think we should go as a community and as a state in dealing with this problem.
Sure. Well, thank you for inviting me, and I'm glad to be here. And I just want to say that when I first came here today, I saw the gong, and I was a little unnerved because anybody that's older than 40 remembers the Gong Show, right? So, and anybody under 40, look it up. Okay, so anyways. Basically, we've had about 20 years of statewide code attempts, and they've all failed because of unintended consequences of good intentions. The good intentions are, hey, let's have a unified code throughout the state. Let's have mandatory inspections, and that all sounds really good, right? Who doesn't want to ensure that our waters are safe, that we're protecting public health? And we all are for those things. But along the way, in most of those attempts, I would say, local public health, local health departments have been reactionary because we have not been along for the ride. We've been informed of this through a House bill, and we have not been involved in the process. So that has been really a short circuit in this whole effort. And I would say, moving forward, we need to be, helping to drive the train, with this type of legislation. There needs to be collaboration of all invested stakeholders to develop a framework, a usable framework. And I think, really what happened in this past year with the recent House bill that was introduced for statewide code is that there was really a lot that was in that code. There was a lot that was in that bill to develop a statewide code. It was kind of like there was too much, okay? It brought up issues of funding, capacity, like some of the folks have talked about, inspections that would happen like in a 3, 5, 10-year basis of all septic systems. Well, me as an environmental health director, I hear that and I'm like, wait a second, I got 40,000 systems in my county. How the heck am I going to do that? How am I going to hire the staff? Where's the funding going to come from? Who am I going to hire, right? Because there was some talk about that. Eric mentioned that. We don't have enough people in the state. I mean, there's an aging workforce in public health. And when we go to hire somebody, we have a difficult time finding qualified people. So that has to be part of the solution too. We need to build capacity. We need to build capacity with our universities. We need to get young folks interested in public health and environmental health and environmental careers. That has to be part of the solution. So I would say starting with a framework with the right stakeholders, with having the right people at the table, the practitioners that do it every day, the researchers, the people at the state level, federal level, that have the science background, not just politicians, right? Start with some minimum standards. We have sanitary codes, health departments that are operating with sanitary codes in this state that are still allowing systems to be put in groundwater. That shouldn't be happening. There should be a minimum standard. That should be the beginning. And then there should be an effort to have a statewide code regarding alternative treatment systems, advanced treatment systems. Those are easy things. Let's start with the low-hanging fruit and kind of develop a code from there, okay? So really, we have to plan and manage the consequences of good intentions, right? Not just react to the unintended consequences. So our group that some of my fellow environmental health directors, or all of them do really, belong to the Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators and the Michigan Association of Local Public Health, put together some core guiding principles that Eric kind of touched on. And really, what that has to do with is funding, having the state, having a central location for approving alternative technology options for people uniformly throughout the state, having minimum standards, minimum requirements for septic system design. Very simple. Advisory boards and committees, there should be a makeup of at least 25% from local health departments. And there also should be comprised of science and regulatory people along with other interested stakeholders. We need to make sure that happens because we're the ones that know. We're the ones that can decide, or I guess inform the group of whether an idea is a good one or not, or what capacity we have to deal with it. There's also some issues that kind of derailed the last effort regarding local control. So preemption is when, in this last statewide code bill that was introduced, would have taken local control away from local governments and health departments. It would have basically abolished all the existing time of sale programs or other types of inspection programs that are out there. And that is just something I don't think is going to fly in Michigan. It doesn't mean that we can't have a minimum standard, but I think, you know, communities should be left to decide whether or not they want to be more restrictive, right? Makes sense? If you want to be more restrictive, why shouldn't you be able to? So along with that, and just some guidelines on evaluations, and like I said, the whole idea about having an inspection program that is based on a timeline, you know, we would really, to make that work, we would really have to figure that out. So anyways, I want to pass along the gavel to the next speaker. So.
You want us just to go down the line? I can be next. Okay. So I work for the Watershed Center of Grand Traverse Bay, and I'm going to try to bring a very local perspective to this conversation. So there's a lot of efforts that are going on throughout the entire state. There's a lot of health departments that are doing some really great work. And from our perspective, what we try to do is help where we can to elevate the issues that we see in our area on some of those other platforms. So we will support folks who are working on statewide septic codes if they meet the needs of what we're trying to see here in our local watershed. What I see our biggest role is our ability to support our local health departments. So they are the ones that are out doing the work and seeing the things and needing more resources. And so what we try to do is help those local health departments. We've tried to get some funds to help digitize data or fill in some of the gaps of the information that they don't have. Some of those things where we can provide resources to our local health departments in order for them to do what they do locally on the ground, I think is a really big role that we try to fill. In our watershed, we've seen lots of elevated E. coli levels in different places, right? So we're out monitoring E. coli levels. We work at the health departments to do the beach monitoring program for almost 20 years, where we can identify when we're seeing elevated levels of E. coli. In each one of the instances when we find those, the first reaction that we have is to figure out where it's coming from, because we can't create a sustainable solution unless we know actually what we're looking for. We had a creek up in Antrim County that had elevated E. coli levels. We brought in what was then the DEQ to come do some testing, and they found out what the source was, and there was basically a local farm that was applying not best management practices, and that was getting into the creek. And so that problem right now, we are actually trying to get funds to go out and retest that creek, because we believe that the issues have been resolved because the landowner has been very receptive to new types of practices. When we have our beach closures in Traverse City, we had some funds to, somebody, I can't remember who, brought up the scent train canines. We brought those into the city stormwater system to look for things like illicit connections. Obviously, if we're talking about the city stormwater system, we're not talking septics, but we are still looking for human sources of illicit connections, leaks in the sanitary system, things like that. We did find some, but not many. And so when we're talking about beach closures in Traverse City in particular, cameras also confirm the fact that raccoons and things that live in our storm drains are actually the biggest contributor to the E. coli issues that we have. So now that we know that, we know where we are trying to fix any illicit connections that might exist, but also then we have the question of E. coli is harmful no matter where it comes from. How are we going to deal with our resident raccoon population and the impact that they're having on our swimming beaches and things like that? Right now, we are currently working Mitchell Creek just down the road here. It recently got listed on the state's impaired waters list for elevated levels of E. coli. And we know that there are some human sources to that. And so we are working with the health department, East Bay Township, the city of Traverse City, Garfield Township, trying to get funds to do some source tracking to figure out where it's coming from and try to figure out what kinds of solutions we might want to have to that. Another thing in that area in particular that's also been brought up is we believe that there are septic systems that are now below, above groundwater. The groundwater is just into the septic systems, right? So doing some groundwater modeling and try to figure that out and have some solutions for some of those as well. So on a local level, I think it's really important to recognize and applaud the folks that are doing things on a larger scale, but also to recognize that our ability to work with our health departments, with our township, our county, the officials who make the decisions that are affecting our everyday lives, and any way that we can support them through educational efforts, any monitoring or research or things that we can do, all of that helps lead towards that larger change, whether it's a policy change, whether it's a statewide code or not, whatever those things are. The more we can talk about these things at a local level and how they're impacting us, the bigger change I think we can actually have.
My turn. I'm always very aware of microphone placement. My wife is a music teacher, and when we watch singing shows, she's like, too close, too far away, can't hear him. My name's Tom Zimnicki. I'm a program director with the Michigan Environmental Council. MEC is a nearly 40-year-old statewide umbrella nonprofit dealing with kind of all things environmental policy at the state level. So everything from water to transportation to energy to environmental justice and kind of everything in between. I deal pretty exclusively with agriculture as well as surface and groundwater issues. So I've heard a lot of people bring up agriculture today, and so that's a lot of those comments certainly resonate with my day-to-day. I wanted to, I think, just take a couple minutes to kind of reflect on kind of what we've heard today, what I've heard today from my perspective, and kind of think about moving forward. Where do we want to go with this conversation? One of the things we've heard quite a bit is this kind of back and forth between who's kind of the roadblock to this, who's the roadblock to a code, inspections, whatever that might be. There's a lot of back and forth between local government concerns, which are incredibly valid, real estate, things like that. I think moving forward from MEC's perspective, from the environmental community's perspective, we recognize that some of those past efforts to get us a uniform code through did not bring all the people to the table. Did not do a good job of vetting options and making sure that whether it be local governments are made whole through funding, whether it was something that was going to be, an impediment to the real estate market, things like that. I don't think we did a great job of necessarily having everybody at the table. And I know that as these conversations continue with MEC as well as the broader environmental community, certainly Clean Water Action, Flow, Tip of the Mitt. I think Grenetta's gone, but Tip of the Mitt. Huge voices in this. So making sure that the environmental community is on the same page, but then we're also bringing these other concerns to the table as well and making sure that legislation reflects those. Two other things that struck me, I think there's a lot of importance around having a code and having some sort of uniform standards. There are other things we can also be looking at that maybe get lost sometimes. So that presentation from Joel, I don't see Joel here, but okay. So things like that. I mean, that is kind of a low-hanging fruit from a funding standpoint. Is there an opportunity to make resources available so that local governments are able to map, those systems and be able to map that kind of landscape? That might be something that's included within legislation. It might be something that becomes just a budgetary ask or some further coordination with various state departments. The other thing I'll just kind of reemphasize, I think that there is a renewed sense of optimism at the state level, given the current administration, to get something moving. Certainly the governor has expressed that septic systems and a statewide code or some sort of standardized practices around this is a priority. I think that's reflected within her agencies as well. And so I think we have a real opportunity. It's just going to be important that we're all kind of moving at this in a coordinated fashion. And I think we have a real opportunity to get something through. So with that, I'll yield my 1 minute back and hopefully leave some time for some Q&A later on.
Or I can just speak for an extra minute. No, I'll try to keep it short here. No. I'll try to keep it short and leave some more room for Q&A. So I would agree with just about everything that the rest of the panel said. And over the course of the day, we heard from folks across the state who all said that we more or less have the same problems and challenges wherever we look, whether it's up here in Northwest Michigan or over in Bay County or over in Ottawa County or over in mid-Michigan. All of the issues are pretty similar in terms of the policy challenges. And so the question then is, what do we do about it? What do we do with all this information? What do we do with all these challenges? And it's not always the most exciting effort or area to focus on, but as Tom said, support the health departments, get them some of the information, technology, systems that they need in place to do what Joel was showing us and talking about, and supporting them and doing their jobs well. That's relatively low-hanging fruit for folks to work on. And all the health departments and regions of the state can be moving in that direction. And so next we talk about the local versus statewide approach, and is it better to do locally or do it at the statewide level, and what's the right balance there? And so if local entities and counties and the health departments want to retain the local control, then I would argue that they need to solve the problem locally. And if we aren't able to do that, then a statewide solution may become an appropriate option then, or at least for a base level standard implemented at the local level. And so the next piece of it that we've talked about throughout the course of the day is the funding side. That at the end of the day, this is a money problem, this is a financing problem, it's a funding problem. And so if we want to advance policy solutions, it has to come in tandem with funding and financing solutions. And we can't lose sight of that as we continue to move forward. Education and outreach is also a huge component here. We look back to the survey that we did in mid-Michigan. A third or more of people don't even know that they have a septic system. So that seems like a relatively easy place to start, perhaps an area where our realtor partners could play a role too. When folks are buying in a rural area or a suburban area that does have septic systems, that's a point of contact here where they could get some educational materials. I'd like to pick on one of my colleagues at Public Sector Consultants, where she moved from the city of Lansing off into an area with septic system, and was one of those people who had no idea she had a septic system, and then didn't maintain it and things didn't go well. No, she got it taken care of eventually. But, and then we look at the alternative approaches of the time of sale model versus a periodic assessment model. And I think we've made some progress with the time of sale approach. But as we look at this more, I would argue that it's a more effective solution to move to a periodic assessment of properties, regardless of what that schedule is. And we can bicker over 3 or 5 or 8 or 10 years or what that frequency is. But working with all properties and all property owners to get them on some sort of periodic basis to get the systems looked at to make sure that they're continuing to function. And then, as Joel was talking about earlier, having some funding in place to help folks who do need support to upgrade their systems or make those repairs as needed. So if I had to chart a path forward, that's the few steps that I would suggest that we as a state can take.
Thanks. Well, it's pretty easy to go after these 4 because they've all elucidated kind of all the key elements. So I'll try to add maybe something new or step back, try to give it a little more context of thinking about, Michigan is the Great Lakes state, and it is imperative that we are really thinking about all of the sources of contamination for our waterways. And we have a huge infrastructure crisis that I'm just going to add to this piece because it's about the clean water. And Michiganders really care about that, and we saw that in the elections. It doesn't matter where you are on the political spectrum. We are here because we love these waters. And I think one of the greatest challenges is complacency and our people not really understanding about a septic system or knowing where their drinking water comes from. So, you know, on the infrastructure side of things, Flow and MEC, Clean Water Action, Sierra Club, and the People's Water Board are currently working on a separate grant to look at the funding and financing mechanisms to help rebuild drinking water systems, stormwater systems, and sewer systems. And I would argue that this septic problem is just another manifestation of the infrastructure crisis, but is most acutely found in more rural areas, and it raises equity and affordability issues. Today, after the elections, you know, we always have little microcosms, and what happened in Northport, where the millage to establish a metropolitan sewer authority, is that right, Tricia? That it failed at 1.3 million. Anyway, the details don't matter, but the point is it became a Northport versus all of the more rural people who have septic, and they are not going to directly benefit from it. So sometimes it is hard for us to imagine how are we going to pay for it, and it often comes to that. So whatever kind of statewide legislation that would come forth has to obviously focus on funding. You know, I absolutely agree that it is about the science. We can't make good decisions without the science. You scientists are critical and key for us to understanding the causation and how we can do better. Also, how I think it's exciting we have an opportunity with older systems with the new technology. How do we replace it? How do we use drones and other technologies to advance and accelerate maintenance and making sure we aren't polluting? I think in Michigan, given the fact that we love political administration, with our 1,200 plus townships and 83 counties, we are a local state. There is no getting away that local control is really at the heart and soul of who we are. So I think, you know, pretending that we would have a state code that would erase the wishes of local communities just doesn't really make sense. So I think we have to think of a good balancing act between the two. And I absolutely agree with Dan that the bringing people in from the very beginning is critical, and thinking about solutions that create this regular pattern to include everybody is critical. So, you know, a point of sale, while it scoops up a very small part of the real estate stock, it doesn't go to the heart of how do we solve this larger problem. And I think that's what that's why we're all here. I mean, look at the diversity of viewpoints and perspectives. And I really just want to emphasize how much we are so grateful to all of you for your interest and engagement on this issue that we had no idea would garner this much attention. So I'm going to, I think I'll just stop there.
Okay, are there questions in the audience or comments at this point? We can also take comments, your opinions over there.
Who was it? Oh, thank you.
Christine, I have a question for you. I was kind of surprised to hear the Watershed Center was out there doing the monitoring. So I'm thinking of a date early in August when 2 Traverse City beaches were closed and the Suttons Bay Marina. Am I correct in assuming that there must be a statewide criteria for when a beach is closed? What is that criteria, and does it do anything to identify what kind of E. coli or enteric contamination it is?
So this might actually be a joint answer between myself and Dan. So the Watershed Center receives funding in order to sort of oversee the program. And so, really that's what we do. And then we work with the health department who issues the warnings and all of that. So yes, there is a criteria, and there's 3 different levels of criteria of how high the water can be based on what those numbers are. What we see in the Traverse City and in the Lake Michigan beaches that we test in particular, anytime you sample after a rain, you have a higher chance to see those elevated E. coli levels because it's the stuff that's getting washed out of those storm drains. The other piece of it is anytime you would see a strong onshore wind, you might also get elevated E. coli levels because the E. coli is basically in the sediments and it can get mixed up as well too. So there is no, the way that we currently do our testing, we do not do the qPCR, we don't do any of the rapid testing or testing as to whether it's human or other sources. We basically test it on a Wednesday, and we get the results back on Thursday, and we post it, and if they are high, then we will retest and do it. So it is not a perfect system the way that we do it now, and we do not have, we aren't using the technology that is available for some of those more specific markers that you're looking for, but basically E. coli is E. coli, and if it's high, it doesn't matter where it's coming from, you shouldn't be swimming in anyway. So our rule of thumb is don't swim on a city beach next to a stormwater drain right after it rains.
Yeah, and really quick, and I'm really conscious about my mic placement now, so thank you. So 300 colony forming units per 100 milliliters is the standard. We do composite sampling. And then when we resample, we take multiple samples and do a geometric mean of that. So if it's above 300, that's when a beach gets closed. Below, it doesn't. That is statewide, right, pretty much. Now there's, I should mention, I don't know how much I want to get into this, but also, if you're not doing composite sampling, if you're doing the 3 samples at each beach every time, after 30 days, there's a 30-day geometric mean that goes down to 130. But we don't do that here. Other parts of the state do. But it's all in the public health code and the environmental protection legislation. So, yep.
I can take a question from this side, Lauren, and I can also take a side.
I'd kind of like to expand a little bit on some of the things that Dan touched on. He did a really nice job of kind of, the unintended consequences. But, in my county, I'm also an environmental health director. I've actually run the numbers on what it looks like to do a 10-year inspection program. And we really need to be mindful of the impacts that has because, I would be literally doubling my staff. I would go from 4 sanitarians to 8. One of those simply just to do all the permits necessary that would be generated from doing all those inspections because of the anticipated failure rates we would see. But the bigger question is, what does that look like long term? Okay, in the first 10 years, we're going to be busy and going crazy. But after that, we've gotten pretty much all of those old systems out of play. Now what do we do? You imagine if you're running a 3-year inspection program or a 5-year inspection program, you've hired all these staff. After 3 or 5 years, you're not generating permits anymore. You've got all essentially modern systems in the ground now. You've gotten rid of all the old failing systems. You're going to have some failing over time, and that's a given. But we have to look at this in a very long-term way. We can't solve the problem immediately in front of us in 3 years, and now we're dealing with all kinds of other problems that we've generated. The last thing I want to do is hire 3 sanitarians and lay 3 sanitarians off in 5 years from now because I don't have the work to support them. So the devil really is in the details. If we're going to go for legislation like this, we have to be very cognizant of what's going to happen this year, 3 years from now, 5 years from now, 15, 20 years from now. So, I would caution everybody to be very careful and think carefully about what Dan said. And, You know, those unintended consequences can really sink us at the local level and cause us a lot of harm. So thank you again, all of you panelists. You've brought up some great points. So I'll end there.
This is a question for all the health departments. Other than Gratiot County, has any health department recommended a municipal system for communities that may have had or currently has a individual septic tank issue?
Okay. Yeah, I'll try to answer that, and anybody else from other health departments can step up if they want to add to it. But basically, you know, the days of extending the sewer outward from the sewage treatment plant are pretty much over. That is totally developer driven. So, and it expands slowly on the boundaries, right? Because it's basically roughly $60 a foot to extend a sewer line. The cost is just enormous. Back in the 70s and early 80s, there was a lot of federal money that paid for those, the extension of sewer lines into more rural areas. It's no longer there, okay? And as far as solutions go for some of those communities, we always, you know, use that, have the tools in the toolbox when we're out there evaluating these sites, and we have certain areas that we work with that are just problem sites, right? We know that their systems are antiquated, they're grandfathered in, they predate our code, they're sitting in groundwater, we know that they're causing problems, but for some stupid reason, a dry well sitting in groundwater just continues to work, right? Because the main way we get these things is over time through attrition. They fail and then we replace them. That's our legal mechanism of upgrading these systems, but those things continue to work. And I can't explain it. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's, you know, maybe because it's just flush with water and it just carries the wastewater away. And you try to educate people to say, hey, you know, it'd be great if you were proactive. You know, you're really kind of not doing anybody a favor here with the environment. I can't point to your house saying that you are definitely causing an issue, so I can't legally require them to upgrade. But sometimes we get people that will do it proactively. Sometimes, you know, enough folks in those areas have had to put in holding tanks or whatever, very costly to operate. We can talk them into looking for solutions like a community system, okay? Clustered community systems. And we've been successful with that. It's not always the answer, because for that to work, you have to have some high ground nearby. You need to have suitable soils elevated above groundwater nearby to make that work. And you have to have a willing landowner willing to sell an easement or sell off some of the property. And you have to have all the people involved to work together to create an association, and they all have to pitch in money to pay for it. So there's a lot of forces there, a lot of things that need to align. The planets need to align for that to happen sometimes, but it does. And we have one going on right now over near Green Lake on Bush Road, that a group of homeowners have come together. All their systems are either holding tanks or sitting in groundwater, and they have moved forward and they will be installing that system very soon. So yeah, there are those clustered solutions. Does that answer your question? Okay.
This should be quick. I heard a couple people mention that there is federal funding that we missed out on because at the state level we don't have an ordinance. What is that through? Like, what program? What kind of amount is that? Is it kind of an unknown? Getting a lot of blank stares, so I'm guessing there's no answer. I just heard it mentioned a couple times today, and I just wondered what that was.
Yeah, I'm not very well versed on it because it hasn't been applicable in Michigan, but I believe the EPA contributes to money to states that have statewide codes. That's my understanding, but I don't know the details.
So I'm not familiar with what federal money that we're missing out on because there isn't a statewide code. That's new to me, and I'm going to try to track that down and see what I can learn from that. But on the funding side, there's another difference here for Michigan, a tactical approach that the state could take, which would be to make some revisions to our state revolving fund. So that's an area where the federal government gives the state some money, which is matched with state money to go work on water quality issues. And Michigan has decided to focus that money on municipal systems and not rural or septic systems, whereas other states do open up their SRF program to solve some of these septic problems. So when we look towards funding solutions, that may be one of many places that we can look.
Hello, I just want to mention that Sean McBrady from Clean Water Action mentioned that federal money. I don't know if he's still here, but I was also going to say these people that drive the pump trucks and they pry the lids off and they stick the big hose down there and drive away, make a big stink. They have a lot to offer for those of us that want to include everybody. I think there's a lot to learn. I've had some real good conversations with a couple people in Benzie County, and I learned a lot about risers of different size. The fact that a lake association can put pressure on their members to do timely inspections and pumping. I don't remember everything else I learned, but I know they have a lot to offer. So we should include them at the table. Okay, the pumpers.
Having worked extensively with my county's environmental health department, this is more of a comment. I think we all ought to, nevertheless, at least in our region of the country, of the state, knowing our environmental health department, getting to know and being familiar with the Grand Traverse and the MITS area, we are blessed, and this is a comment, we are blessed with very good, in general, environmental health departments. We may not have a state code, but we got really good local codes here in the northwest portion of the Lower Peninsula. They're stronger than many other parts of the state. I've learned that. And I also want to give credit a great deal to our local sanitarians, because they are on the front lines inspecting when they have to inspect and enforcing the installations of modern systems against many times a great deal of opposition. Why do I have to use up that much land? Why does it have to cost me this much? Why do I have to go there on my property? Why can't I go here on my property? They're not necessarily the most loved folks when they have to interact with someone who's building or developing. And they do a hell of a job for us. And I think we ought to all just reflect on that as we have these other challenges.
Given the different panelists and your experiences in talking about trying to get a piece of legislation through the legislature, what is the next step to try and bring a group together? It sounds as if through the past few years there have been groups that have tried to come up with model legislation. Is everyone just burned out, or is there an effort to try and take some of the knowledge even that's been expressed here and move forward? I realize it'd be a difficult task, but is there a next step to try and come up with legislation that could pass?
Yeah, we spend a lot of time crawling under our desks and hiding. That's kind of the next step. No, So that was a joke. That's right. So there are. I don't think those conversations from last session, the bill that was mentioned, those conversations have never really stopped. Certainly from the environmental community, we continue to discuss amongst ourselves kind of where we're at with that issue and where, in terms of requirements, Sean mentioned some of them previously versus point of sale versus inspection frequencies. It's about, I mean, the first step is kind of us on board, again, from our perspective. And then it's broadening that coalition. It's broadening that conversation to bring in health departments, sanitarians, septage haulers, which I rather enjoy working with them on some other issues. So it's expanding that and bringing that to this broader group. There is obviously a need to reach consensus among, I'll say, allies, or like people that are kind of natural allies in your camp before you start broadening that. So yeah, those conversations have continued. It's conversations that we continue to have with the administration and agencies around kind of from their perspective as well, things that would need to be in that legislation. So yeah, it is an ongoing. Is anybody, so yes, so MEC has certainly been coordinating in kind of a group effort with other groups that were mentioned, Flow, Clean Water, others, Tip of the Mitt, that we've been kind of coordinating and kind of been in this conversation probably since MEC started. I don't know. It was 10 years after MEC started that I was born. So I'm not sure if they were discussing it then, but yeah, so certainly if you have additional questions, happy to follow up with you, like from MEC's perspective. I will say you made the comment about, other comments that were made here. I've been, jotting down notes, as I'm sure other kind of statewide groups have as well, in terms of ideas to take back to that group, to make sure that we incorporate concerns, questions, positive takeaways from this meeting as well. Sure.
Yeah, and just to let you know too, I'm on the board of directors for the Michigan Association of Local Environmental Health Administrators, and actually to your left is the president of that organization, Matt Bowling. And yes, and I know from our discussions, we've been working through our legislative liaisons to try to get in front of any legislation that is maybe coming down the pipe regarding a statewide code. Be more in the, like I mentioned before, be more in the driver's seat, more proactive than reactive, making sure that we're part of the process. And Matt has been working very hard to make sure that happens, along with our partners over at the Michigan Association of Local Public Health. So there is some work being done.
Well, thanks to all the panelists. I'm going to excuse you so I can hog the podium myself. And while I'm doing that, I wanted to mention I was at MEC 35 years ago when you were minus 10 years old. So we were working on it back then. Yeah. While they're getting seated, I wanted to mention a couple of housekeeping details. We would appreciate it if you would recycle your name tags on the way out. I believe there's a basket just outside the door. I wanted to reiterate the invitation that Liz made to the event we're having at the Traverse Area District Library on the 13th from 6 to 8 p.m., a free community event to discuss the role of government in environmental protection and public health. I'd like to see you all there. I want to also acknowledge a number of people who have played critical roles in today's event. I want to thank the 3 Flow board members who are here, Mike Vickery, Royce Ragland, and Rick Kane right there. Thanks for coming. And Phil Ellis. How could I forget Phil Ellis, the man who fished the toilet out of the river? Also my fellow staff members from Flow, Jim Olson, our founder, Liz, two that I really want to single out, which is Lauren Huchek and Nate Boyd, who handled all the details today and did a fantastic job. I hope you will agree with that. Also, Kelly Thayer, our development director, Diane Dupuy, and I'm forgetting one person. Jakob was here. Jakob Wheeler was here earlier today. He's our communications director. I also want to acknowledge Joe Vandermeulen, whose credibility and great organizational skills resulted in getting this fantastic program for us here today. Thanks again, Joe. I appreciate that. Just a few thoughts to close the day. As I mentioned, I've been working in Michigan environmental policy for 35 years. Hard to believe. I'm actually 40 years old now, so I started early. And during that time, I have never seen an environmental policy issue which could not be solved if people came together in good faith and worked in partnership to do that. We've solved a lot of problems at the state and local level with that kind of roundtable participation. So in thinking about this issue before today, I was just wondering, why is sanitary problem? But it's probably more fruitful to think about how we can solve this one too. I hope I'm right in assuming that everybody in this room believes that the status quo is not acceptable. We need to do something. So the question becomes, how do we move forward? We've heard today about some of the fundamental choices, point of sale versus routine inspections, the roles of local versus state governments. Perhaps most importantly, where do we find the funding to do this? And how are we going to supply that funding? I suspect that there's, and in fact I know based on the presentations and the questions, that there are many different opinions on how to answer these questions in this room. But as I said, if we sit down at the table in good faith to explore and negotiate these issues, based on the commitment to solve them, I think we can do so. So where do we go from here? Well, one idea is perhaps to have regional summits in other areas across the state. Northwest Michigan is not the only place that this problem is a significant priority, and so Flo would like to assist anybody who would like to sponsor similar summits in their community. Another, of course, is education and communication to help the public understand how serious the problem is. It's amazing, but yet it's not surprising in a way that 30% of people who have septic systems don't even know that they have them and need to maintain them. We've got to solve that problem. As far as communication goes, to that end, we are going to be establishing a listserv based on some of the information you gave us today. And those who are interested in participating, we're going to follow up with further communications. We need an informal, multi-interest dialogue that can begin here in Northwest Michigan and begin with all in this room who are interested in participating, with the goal of reaching an agreement in principle on the key elements of a local, regional, and statewide framework. I also wanted to put in a plug for local public health. Going back to the 80s when I worked on state policy issues from the governor's office, we partnered with local public health departments in a number of environmental programs, and those agencies have tremendous capacity and tremendous statutory support for doing a job that mandates that they should be at the table as we discuss these statewide issues. So to close, the longest serving governor of Michigan, William Milliken, is a man I came to know well in writing his biography. As you know, he just recently passed away and left an unsurpassed environmental legacy. He said once in an early State of the State message where the environment was a priority that we tell our visitors, if you seek a pleasant peninsula, look about you, but let us never be forced to add, but don't go near the water. Governor Milliken believed in the possibilities of people of different viewpoints coming together to solve public policy problems. He is today remembered for the civility, vision, and willingness to achieve constructive compromise for the public good that he brought to his job. So all I would like to say is let us follow his example and solve a water pollution problem we have allowed to fester for too long. We can do this. Thanks for spending all of your time with us today. I appreciate it very much.
It's 3:54. I'm going to be done talking at 3:55, and you can get on the road ahead of all those 4 o'clock commuters. Thank you. Thank you for, I'm just going to go ahead and say this was the best septic summit Michigan's ever seen. We throw that challenge out there and mean it when we say if you're interested in doing something like this locally or in your region, we can help you. We will be in touch. We are going to follow up. We have your email. We'll only email you one time, and then you can say, please stop if you have email overload, but we'll reach out to keep this going. And with that, Dave's got one last thing.
I also wanted to acknowledge the volunteers that helped us pull off this event. Jill Borey, Taylor Boyd, Clara Kernick, Elizabeth Messing, Robin Stanley, and Carolyn Thayer. Last but not least, Carolyn Thayer.
We are done.